it's just OBS had a little blip. It's fine. What was happening was my audio mix, I wasn't actually seeing the feed from here. It just said live stream starting soon.
Oh, that's fine.
Because it's an MP4, so it comes up with its own audio thing.
Okay. See that ginger guy down
For
there?
whatever reason, it
Straight ahead.
what was going on with this.
Yeah, I see the ginger guy. What's about him?
He was buying this girl a drink and he was charging her for it, like, but she was sitting down. And they're like, oh, you can have it for free because he was like, she doesn't need to know that. And I was like, what a dick. So he's getting free full quid off this girl.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, all those in between and all those extant from the binary. Welcome to the 2025 Student Elections question time. This is for the student union positions. My name is Peter and I am joined here by two more people from the Masters Journalism course and in partnership with Hub Radio as we are reporting on the question time that's going ahead today. So if we'd just like my two other co-hosts to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Holly Farmer.
Oh, and me. I'm Toby Stevens. Good afternoon and evening.
How do I sound?
It's
Good? Okay.
about 5 p.m. at the moment. We have just crested across 5 p.m. The sun is slowly setting. And I'm going to be honest, it has been an absolutely glorious day in Bristol. The sun has actually been out, which has been quite nice.
It's rare, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I tell you what.
It's still chilly.
It signifies a wonderful evening here, doesn't it?
Yeah. The power of the weather and the power of democracy.
And you can feel the excitement in the room as it's building up and building up. And look, they're
We're
down
watching
there, they're buzzing, they're having their chips,
Some
having their
brilliant
beers.
adverts
Yeah.
on the big screen whilst
that-
we wait for it to
I
begin.
think that specifically is to do with
I'm not
the
telling you which, though.
It's the racer. Yeah, we won't. You'll just have to
No,
We're not
imagine
getting
there are good
paid.
adverts. I mean, if you imagine there are some good adverts, I think what would if you were
Imagine your dream advert.
imagine your dream advert that might
It's
be going
that.
on now.
No, it is.
I think my dream advert came across when they had the singer Seal as Seal,
You know what I would put in room 101?
which is
Perfume adverts.
oh
Call me crazy.
Unless.
They are
it's-
way-
no.
That what? When I was
they
a
don't
kid,
describe
we had
anything.
When I was a kid, we had to do like a GCSE speech about what we'd put in room 101. I did that.
Yeah, but it
And,
might have Lily James in it, so.
Oh, it could.
Oh,
touche,
dear.
touche,
Oh, no.
touche.
Because my favourite is the Sky advert.
They just sort of like say stuff in French, and they're like, "Oh yeah," and
Yeah.
then they.
Do you remember the one where they
Yeah,
drive a
have a
big
shower or
boat through
something.
the middle of Paris, and
Trey
it's meant to
Bon.
be like yeah.
Do you
there-
remember when they do the motorbike and she's in that nude suit on the nude motorbike, and then she gets
Are all motorbikes naked?
no like a nude
Oh
like
right.
no like nude coloured, not nude dressed.
I would hate to see a Yamaha in jeans. Anyway,
denim.
should we go back to
Maybe
right?
I'd like to see a Yamaha.
For those who are
jeans.
big fans of democracy or maybe motorbikes, you can be both. Just going to quickly run through the running order. So 5 o'clock with doors open. People are slowly filling out the seats now, all having fish and chips. All right, well, I'm not going to go for perfect timing. I was just told there's going to be a little bit of delay in the stream, so unfortunately, I won't be doing absolutely perfect. Do not set your watch by me. It is. We've got doors open, and then the first one at 5:30 is the VP for Education debate. So, if we just want to, do we want to quickly just run through the candidates to see who is going to be on stage? I can actually see because they've got their names up.
They do. That's very professional, isn't it?
Let me just have a quick check.
So
Right then.
for VP Education, we've got Khadija Hussain, who is the current Vice President for Education. She's running.
Trying to hold her spot.
Yes, she is. She'll be fighting off the competition this evening. And Muzamil Ahmed, who's the current student representative, and Preet Kamal Dilon.
Lovely, and they've got all the seats set up for them now. I just had a quick look.
This
through.
one's going to be fiery.
We're going to say that for every single one, aren't we?
I think
Like, this
every
one's
single one
gonna
is
be a
going to be
good one.
declared fiery. Whether they are fiery, hopefully they'll be. I mean, they're going to be kind and they're going to be just and they're going to be civil.
I want fisticuffs.
Now that's
Put
not
'em
the
up.
spirit.
I mean,
Where's your
it's the
uni
spirit of fun, maybe not the spirit of democracy. Although there've been fights in Parliament before, there've been lots of fights in many parliaments around the world.
Yeah.
Hopefully, none that are replicated here.
At the UE Parliament.
The UE. Yeah, we actually have our own parliament. I don't know if you can hear, but we are in the SU building today. So
Can you hear the table
Can you
tennis?
hear some hubbub?
I
Rhubarb,
once,
rhubarb, rhubarb.
in the day that I was a stand-up, I once did the worst stand-up gig I ever did. I had a game of table tennis going on at the back of the room.
Ooh.
Table tennis, yeah,
But that's happening right now.
yeah. But
Are you getting flashbacks?
I am getting flashbacks.
Are you okay?
I'm
Do you need a minute outside?
we're all healthy and we're all good.
Bouncing baby boys and girls.
A sentence you have said. This
A
is
sentence I have said.
It's a few. I mean, I don't know if I was ever a bouncing baby. I think I was quite a.
I definitely bounced.
You do seem like a bouncer.
Twas. I'd always be on the trampoline, doing flips.
Did you have a big trampoline? Did you, as a baby, have one of those small trampolines
Yeah,
with the handrails?
yeah. I never had like a adult trampoline, like teen trampoline. But I'd go to my relatives and bounce.
Absolutely.
I could backflip.
Could you do a
I could do a backflip.
I couldn't.
What could you do, like a back somersault, or was it a back handspring?
One of those ones
Let's get
where
technical.
you do a backflip, but you also do a little swirl in the air as well.
That the backflip.
Backflip 360.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I'll turn my phone on. Whoops.
No phones at the
So
table,
we
please.
are no phones. No phones on the table. That's actually not a rule. We've just decided to be draconian and enforce that. Do we want to quickly run through some of the? Just have a quick run through a manifesto, just some of the talking points that the candidates are running through this evening. I can start whilst my other two colleagues want to get prepared. So we have up first. We have Khadija Hussain, who is our current education. I keep calling her VP for some reason. She's not VP. She's just running it. Oh no, I am right. VP Education. Imagine VP Education. So she is pushing forward the idea of running harder on the 20-day policy for releasing marks and feedbacks. Although that is 20 working days that I know. I mean, whilst I have not been particularly bitten by any of that, I have. Oh right, our producer might have said that they have. I mean, it's sort of an interesting way to say it's 20 days. That it does give a little bit of it's a little bit of a surprise. Certainly, I find the sort of 20 days. It's like any time within. I think that's nice for lecturers as well, because they have the time as well. But they seem to, but Khadija does appear to be pushing for it to be more consistent. Any comments? Any bites from that?
Well, personally, I don't know if it's just me, but I don't really mind if something like that's a few days late.
What's it like when you have an extension?
Well, it's good. It's good. It's handy. I don't know. I think it comes out at I guess extensions make all of the work come out at the same time, so they can make it longer.
Okay.
But I think also lecturers are people, and they might have different circumstances why they might have to, extend things a little bit, and I feel like that's okay. But each to their own.
I think that cut them some slack. Cut the lecturers some slack.
Yeah.
You know,
They've got families.
I don't think I'd fancy marking 60 odd essays on a theoretical question.
I cannot imagine the feeling of getting to paper 30 of like you're going through these all theological. Theoretical.
Yeah.
There we go.
I would not enjoy that one bit. So I think 20
we got a
days
ping
is
pong ball
more
right
than
at us.
ample.
It doesn't happen on the BBC that you get a ping
No,
pong
it
ball
doesn't, does
going
it?
directly under your leg.
But we can be the generation to start
Generation ping pong.
that world.
That's really good. I like Generation Ping Pong. That really makes me happy.
There's something about that, like, because we're like lively and we ping and we pong, and so that's our generation.
Shall I say something useful?
Yes.
Cadiz is also championing disabled, neurodiverse and carer students. What do we think about that, guys? Is this going to be a common theme amongst other candidates this evening?
From what I've looked through for the manifestos, for each, there's a lot of push towards inclusivity. There's a lot of push to everybody sort of becoming one community. We must remember, UWE is an enormous university.
Yes.
Whenever you look up the amount of students, I'm pretty sure it's above 30,000. I'm happy for me to be wrong, but I am pretty sure UWE has an unbelievable amount of students to it.
I think it's going to be a common theme tonight, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be, but it should also be expected anyway. So I think that's something that we'll hear quite a lot tonight.
Lots.
Peter, have we got a number yet?
Do we have a number? According to Google's AI, which might be wrong.
No, it's very efficient, that.
Yeah, including. Sorry, I just came across the phrase "sandwich students," which immediately make.
Sandwich student. Is that when they have a year out to go?
I think that must be.
study abroad?
Maybe, yeah.
It says 39,000, including 30,000 part full-time and sandwich students, and
Wow.
pardon me.
That's a small town, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got. With UWE, it is a large student population, so whoever is elected today will have a lot of, I was about to say hungry mouths to feed, but that's not what they're going to be doing.
Big responsibility.
Big responsibilities.
For sure.
Next up, we've got Muzammil Ahmed. He's looking at, he's running on, he's got a 5-point plan. Transparent feedback and review system, career pathways and industry engagement. Academic support, something that I looked at in enhanced learning resources for postgraduates, as a postgraduate myself, thank you very much. Empowering student representatives. This is it's all about championing the voice.
Well, I've had experience with sort of like student reps before, and I think that there's only so much work you can do as one. You know, you can't force because this is one of those courses where you do it in. You take part and you mentor first years, right? Student representatives. And you can't force your group to sort of listen to you or attend these meetings. So I think it's a difficult job. So
and sometimes and also asking for feedback. If you don't get that feedback from the students first, it could be very difficult to actually champion those views, because if they don't tell them to you, essentially.
Definitely. So it'd be
I
interesting.
didn't know we had air hockey.
No, but
Just a little side note.
That's new to me. I can't wait for the boxing machine to get up and running.
Oh, that's going to be really annoying for the sound.
Yeah. There's going to be
It's gonna make us jump sort of in random intervals. So
partway through.
we are
going to be outside of our skin.
Yes.
We're just going to be jumping.
I'm super jumpy. I've been really jumpy at the moment. All of my housemates keep scaring me, but I think it's
on purpose or for.
No, not on purpose. They're just spooky. I don't know. I'm just a bit jumpy. You know?
They're just
I
sort of
need to turn
spooky.
some more lights on, I guess.
Are they spooking you out of the dark then?
I think I'm like, oh man, why is he there? Oh yeah.
A surprise, man. An interesting thing that just to bring back, Muzammil Ahmed has said that he wants to ensure postgraduate students have access to lecture recordings, which is something I thought on our course. I thought we already had.
But
however,
not
we
always.
don't.
it's not 100%.
On my undergrad at UWE in English, they always recorded every single lecture, and it's really, really, really handy. But yeah, no, they don't for our course.
Which is which is a little bit annoying considering that you might need to go back. And also, most postgraduates, just because you don't get the maintenance loan, you're working as well. You might not be able to attend lectures.
It's inclusive for lots of reasons. Inclusive for lots of reasons, like various disabilities or people who are sick who are still trying to keep up with uni.
Absolutely.
Long-term and short-term, serious illnesses, mental health crises, but you can't come in, all those.
Yeah, if you
think
can't
it's
come
really
in, you
important.
can't. If today is a day you literally cannot attend,
Yeah.
then you've got a bit of an issue there.
But
Yeah.
you do have more life as a postgrad student
Yeah.
outside of university. So, I mean, that's an understandable demand.
Yeah, I think
That
it's
is-
a good demand.
A good slam on the table there from
Toby's demand
Toby.
noises. Is that going to be like your measure of approval when you just slam the table?
Yes, so if the table
When
is
you
still
do it,
standing
I'll
by
put-
the end of the night, we
When
shall
you-
know that they have not done a good enough job.
When you next slam the table, I'll try and time it so my mic can pick up
Okay.
you slamming it.
Brilliant.
Can we give
Yeah,
it a try?
We'll put the mic towards you. Will
Toby,
get table slams. You
get
might
s-
not want table slams, but you're getting table slams.
Toby,
are.
slam the table. Ready?
There
Did
we
you
go.
hear that? Was that really loud?
Oh, I felt that in my knees. That was incredible.
Apologies.
That's just
Um,
pure strength.
Now, to our final candidate for VP for Education, Preet Kamal Dhillon, Empowering Minds, Inspiring Change Together, which I think is a really, really lovely little slogan.
Yes.
Now, we've got a lot of promoting, we've got advocating for flexible and innovative learning. Again, on I'm pretty sure it's a 5-point, as I say, turning over. Yep, it's a 5-point plan. Enhancing academic support and resources, improving communication and representation, promoting diversity, inclusion, accessibility. Again, every single one of these education candidates, they want to make the education at UWE as accessible as
Yep.
possible to people of all.
And to have the communication greater as well between representatives, students, and staff. I think that will be something that will be hotly debated
Yeah.
this evening.
Because also you have a thing where a lot of courses they'll run for about 5 years,
Yeah.
and then they have to remake the entire thing.
Yeah.
So with a course, in this remaking, you have to make sure the student voice is carried on. I mean, UWE's been going for, if I'm allowed to say this, donkey's years.
Yeah.
That is
So-
so rude.
I
You
know.
should never ask a university its age.
Unless you're bloody Oxford and Cambridge, they love that, don't they?
They do. They're older than the
age.
they're older than the
age
Aztec
thing.
Empire, which is a little interesting fact.
Are you, Peter?
Is that?
That is true. I'm pretty sure that's true. I might be wrong, and if I am wrong, you can write to me on a envelope.
You can contact his college.
Contact-
Because you did
oh.
history. No, don't do that. But you don't know it, so it's fine.
Okay, I don't do history. I literally said my degree at the beginning of my the
Yeah.
opening here, so
Oh, it's alright.
I
it's
can't wait to see
alright.
the pitchforks
Oh,
and
good evening.
flames as people run down the road chasing after Peter.
People who are very pro Aztec.
Yeah. Hang on, we got some. Did you just see those lights on the wall?
Oh, hello.
Peter described them.
Green and in a box pattern moving round, sort of like somebody is trying to scan a cubed room.
Actually, I believe that the viewers of the stream are able to see
Oh,
them.
they're
I
all-
feel
they
like I
have
want to
suddenly
give
turned
I
them
want to
off.
give Preet her proper time.
Now we look
Oh,
silly.
Unfortunately, they have turned
Maybe
off.
we're imagining them.
Maybe
Wait, are we
are.
having a shared hallucination?
It's the excitement of the room.
This is something that her 5th point on this, just to return back to Preet, just to give her time. She says she wants to assist students with future readiness and employability. They are testing the mics downstairs. I do apologise.
Oh, look.
How do you feel?
Sorry to
we've got
interrupt.
Oh,
you will
look
be able
at
to
that.
see the
Back.
green lights now. I've just been informed by producer Charles and Izzy. So, especially when you came out of your undergrads, if you had to go straight into the working world, how prepared do you think you were?
Ooh.
It's a big question because
Wow.
we've gone into masters almost
Yeah.
straight away.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, me too. But the course that I did at UWE, we had a placement module and a sort of work focused module.
Okay.
So for that specific course, it was decent.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think all courses have that.
Okay.
So it would be good if someone could enforce something like that. I'm sure most do, but there's probably quite a lot that don't.
I've seen that it's been brought up in government a number of times, the idea that it is a bit, they don't want people walking around with, I mean, the phrase Mickey Mouse degree gets thrown around willy-nilly. It's sort of one of
So
these
silly.
phrases
Yeah.
that is both but it's to show the idea of
On that
even with
topic-
you have a degree, it's difficult to get a job. I was unemployed for a long time after uni, and it was only thanks to be frank, government-backed schemes that I did manage to get a job in the end.
I just think, I just hate that phrase. Like, I just feel like people, if they want to study for the sake of studying, that's
Yeah.
also okay. But it is obviously it's difficult.
However, to have that support so that you know that you can go into the working world and you know that you've got someone backing you, an employability scheme, I think is an important thing to campaign on, and I think it's something that Crete has definitely brought up.
I think that the support is also there. There is career support within the Students' Union here at UWE and where I did my undergrad in Cardiff, and it's just whether you use it or not. And it can be helpful if you do utilise it, but obviously the majority of students won't, and therefore you do feel a little bit like you're sort of treading water when you leave university. But having extra support for that doesn't hurt at all.
Yeah. I graduated during COVID, so everything was going a little bit Pete Tong. Right then, so that is going to be that's going to be for VP Education. Afterwards, we've then got performance dance afterwards at 7:55.
forward to that.
Me
Okay,
too.
If it's okay, I can give the full rundown of how the evening's going to go.
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
Lovely. I was basically asking, can I do it?
I want to do it.
I want to do it. We're going to do performance they're all they're cheersing.
Cheers.
They're cheersing their waters. Then they've got lovely brown water.
My favourite.
We've got VP Community and
Tea.
Welfare Debate at 6:10. Performance Afro Dance. Well, they are testing the microphones, and the microphones do in fact work. Afro Dance after that. Society and Comms Debate. Committees Debate, which is 6:45 to 7:20. After that, we've got the K-pop Society, which I
Lots
think
of dance. I'm so
lots of dance.
excited. That's
Lots
a bit
of
of
dance.
me.
Yeah, that
I
is
might be-
absolutely Holly's
That's a bit-
bucket.
Because I might be getting up on stage.
Toby might be getting up on
I've
stage.
got maybe a bit like the lawnmower.
He's got the lawnmower.
Shelves, all of
I-
that.
He's got the shelves.
Oh, is that a dance move?
Yeah,
I
stack
think
the
that's the
shelves.
thing you were going to do.
no.
Stack some shelves
Live
on stage.
lawn mowing
I've been
skills.
practicing.
After VP Sports and Health is 7:30 and 7:55, and then the President Debate is at 8:05 to 8:50.
So just a really
50.
enjoyable night ahead of us.
Indeed.
Full of dancing and fiery political debate.
Yeah. We've
of
got
course,
Big up Hub Radio, who we are here representing and
Broadcasting
broadcasting with.
Our producer just shouting at us from the corner. Please plug the show.
Please listen
plug
to
the
Hub Radio.
please.
Oh, yeah, should we
have,
talk about our shows?
we can talk about our
Let's
shows.
talk about our shows one by one. Why not?
Yeah,
And we
you-
can do yours too.
And what's going to be really funny is, Holly, you're going to start.
Oh, so I'll start because I guess I start off the week on a
You do.
Monday, so it's fitting. What a segue. 5 till 7, my show is called It's Got to Be Good.
It's not.
Because it has to be good.
Yeah.
It has to be good. That's not
Regularly
the
is.
only qualification, but like, it basically focuses on underground and alternative genres of any and all kinds. I usually do like weekly themes. I have some guests in. I've had Peter and Toby on before.
Yep.
I'm sure they'll come on again.
Yeah.
So yeah, chime in 5 to 7 on Monday. It's got to be good. Toby,
Right.
we're
So
on Tuesday now.
yeah, we are on Tuesday, and Peter and I host a very creative show called Toby and Peter's Radio Show.
Yep.
And we just have loads of fun, don't we, Peter?
Yeah,
And
we got loads. I get to eat biscuits,
we-
and you
no,
get to buy me biscuits.
we play a game called What Price Pizza, in which Peter guesses how much a packet of biscuits is that
Did
I
you
bought.
call him pizza?
What Price Peter?
Peter. My name is Peter.
Right.
I would spell.
He's my co-host. I think I know what his name is.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's on a Tuesday.
He calls me
Prime
Jonathan occasionally,
times-
but that's just for fun.
Prime time slot, 7
Yep.
till 9 p.m.
Yes, please.
And it's very, very popular with just everyone who's cool. And
It is.
It's
Only
like
So-
everyone who's cool.
Get listening. Tuesday, 7 till 9 p.m. It's very good fun. There's a lot of waffle and some pretty good music. You know.
yeah, we do.
Peter plays a Japanese track.
I get to play a Japanese track each week, and that gets requested.
Oh, it's brilliant.
It is good. The Japanese know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Now the on Sundays, if you're up Sunday morning between 10 and 12 in the morning, you can listen to my show, which is the Hungover Lovers Club. It's a collection of neo soul. Lots of love from Izzy over there. That's distracted me for a second, but that's great. It is neo soul, indie, just anything that I find sort of slightly smooth and sensuous. I like to put on the radio, and it's all of those kind of tunes. We have a lot of Charlotte Day Wilson, lots of Hosier. So if you like that kind of tune, then feel free
take
to tune
yourself to church.
or come to my radio show.
worship like a dove.
Should we sing? No.
I think a surprise rendition of "Take Me to Church" by Hosier would change
We
things.
can harmonise. I feel like we have it.
Yeah, we were practicing earlier. What were we
Take
singing?
me to church.
We were doing an intro, and I was going.
I'm deeply confused by this.
Radio. But if you hold that note.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's perfect.
And now Izzy wants to plug her show.
Izzy, plug your show.
Pardon?
Plug your
Oh,
show.
plugging my show. Okay, hello.
Producer
Sorry,
Izzy.
I just got handed the
Producer
mic and
Izzy.
that caught me off guard a little bit. Okay, so I am one of the directors of this live broadcast. My name is Izzy. I do also have a show. Oh, pardon. Sorry, there was a little bit of feedback there. My show is on a Thursday. It's on every 3 till 4, and it's called Izzy's iPod Picks. And so basically all I do is just basically subject you guys to an hour of my music, and there's nothing you can really do about it. And it's very fun. Sometimes I have friends on, we chat about it. But yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted because I'm trying to sort this setup out.
She's
but
multitasking.
hopefully that was a good enough intro.
She is a fantastic producer, and in fact, the producer we have today.
So I'll hand the mic back to Toby. But yeah, Izzy's iPod Picks every Thursday, 3 till 4. Do with it as you will.
Hopefully, listen.
Cheers.
Harvey's Retro Rewind. That is another show.
We
That's good. I like that.
we have the Harvey's Retro Rewind takes us. The reason we are able to sing it like that is because we were in the studio when the jingle was recorded, and it took a while.
But it's perfect
It's
now.
really good. It is excellent.
It's Gorgina Divine.
Gorgina Divine.
Indeed.
Perfect. I don't know where that's from.
I don't either.
Oh, perfect. Is it just a holly?
The internet, probably.
Oh, okay. That's where all the best things should come from.
Holly is chronically online. I messed up the word chronically. But
I did enjoy you messing it up.
chronically, Holly is chronic. Oh my god. We're going to stop.
No, I don't think we are going to stop. I have a question for you.
I'm adding an extra syllable.
I think you are.
Chronically,
I dare you to
chronically.
stop talking.
No.
All right, this will go much more
Okay.
smoothly now.
I'll
There
leave.
we go. Oh, dear Lord, we're knocking charges on the floor.
We are.
It's all gone Pete Tong. Now,
We're getting restless because we want it to start.
have you ever tried rose chocolate?
Rose chocolate?
chocolate.
Like rose flavoured or shaped?
Oh no, ruby chocolate. That's the other one. It's meant to be the fourth chocolate.
No.
So there's
What?
white, dark, milk, and ruby.
Like
which
red
is-
velvet cake or something?
But red velvet cake is just chocolate cake dyed red.
No.
No, it's not. It's got a flavour.
No.
No, it's
Yes,
just
it
dyed
does.
red.
How's a flavour?
It's
I've
just
had
chocolate
red
cake
velvet
dyed red.
before, and it does
No,
not
no.
taste like chocolate. It tastes like red velvet.
No, it's just chocolate cake dyed red.
No.
Or sponge cake dyed red or something like that.
No.
That's the thing. That's just red. Because what is the flavour? Red velvet. That's a colour and a material.
I'm
Eat it and
rejecting
you'll
that.
find out, mate.
That's like having a pink cloth cake.
No.
It's just words.
No, I'm not having this.
I thought, oh no. That's really
Because
upsetting.
Whenever I've ever had
It's where
red
it's got
velvet
cream
cake,
cheese in.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have chocolate and cream cheese. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
Chocolate.
but then it's not a chocolate cake.
This will be your interview chair, guys.
This is some scintillating cake chat. Ooh, something's starting.
We're beginning.
Oh, and the election question.
So we've just got the 5-minute warning. So hold on to your hats. There's 300 seconds separating us and the beginning of the main event.
I do apologise for the loudness of that. I don't actually know if it was loud, but I saw our big producer, Charlie, go, oh my word, and then his arms started flavouring about. So that
We're
was
also positioned next to like various indoor sports. So there might be like sort of different noises like clacking
Holly,
if someone
can I-
hits
can
me
you
in the
start
head
a
with
new
a ping
show?
pong ball.
Can you start a new show called Holly's Various Indoor Sports? I think that would be very
I
good.
think that would be really good because I wouldn't know anything about them, and I can just sort of use my abstract terminology to describe
Squash.
Yeah.
squash, the squash stuff.
Crokinole.
That sounds like a medicine.
It isn't. Yeah, please take 2 tablets of crokinole,
Yeah.
please. It's
Nom,
a
nom,
it's
nom.
a Canadian board game where you flick little like tabs into a hole in the middle of a board. You look genuinely
Well, it
distressed.
just sounds like
Just made eye
Sabutio,
contact,
doesn't
like,
it?
Yeah,
Oh,
It's Canadian Sabutio.
kind of Canadian.
I think
Sabutio.
that when we're talking about
Sabutio.
indoor sports, I think board games are a bit of a cheat because you can also play board games outside.
That is true. You could play squash outside.
Yeah, that's true as well, yeah.
You could just have an outdoor squash court, which seems to defeat the
I've
purpose.
never played a board game outside. Oh my god!
Oh dear. Oh no. So
I thought there was a fire, but it's just a smoke machine.
they've got a smoke machine that's going under the man meant to be reading the questions, which
That is-
makes him look like a contestant from Stars in Your Eyes.
It's
which
really
is quite
funny, like the
interesting.
concept of.
Tonight, Matthew, I will be on fire.
So it's just to describe what we're. Oh, you can see actually on the stream now.
Oh, we keep forgetting that we're a video
yeah, we
medium as
forget.
well.
The sort of dramatic effect of smoke coming under this guy who's meant to be. I love it. They should do it more on debates.
Yep.
Imagine like PMQs and they have like
PMQ.
smoke coming up from like either.
Smoke from underneath Kemi Badenoch would be quite funny. Or from just any major leader of the party. But the
Yeah.
thing is, that would give Ed Davey another way to come in.
It could elevate a persona though, so you've got to be selective on who you know.
Absolutely.
Right. The lights have dimmed. Any minute now, we will
The
begin.
lights are dimmed. Everything's slowly working. I think the amount of smoke. Right, yeah. So as I said before, we've got the VP. If you've just tuned in a number of minutes when everything's together. So
They're playing the animals.
are they playing the animals?
Yeah.
Lovely. We are going to have the VP Education debate starting with your 3 candidates, Kadiz Hussain, Muzaman Ahmed, and Preet Dihon. So, everybody would love to tune in, and when they have got that started, they have it give a clear signal of when our question giver is in place. Question giver, host.
Yeah, I think host.
Host.
That's a bit better than question giver.
Can
I
the
think-
hosts have a moment away from their position? Because I'd
No,
love
they're
to.
glued there all night.
I
No.
feel like I'd like to interview them. You know,
Ooh.
if they are one day free, but they're probably there all night realistically.
Yeah.
You just stand up
the
and the
host.
chair sticks to him.
Yeah.
What we
Def-
could do is we could do like a little like human rope down.
No, I don't like the
and
sound
you
of
can
that.
hold my feet, and then I can like.
Have you
can
risk assessment
fling
that?
me over. Oh.
The risk
haven't.
assessment for a human rope must be very long.
I like they've
the
just
lo-
got
the
some
rope?
poor boy vaping underneath the
risk
stage.
assessment.
Just
Yeah. I do enjoy the smoke machine.
It's
The
so
smoke
dramatic.
machine is bringing me endless joy.
Yeah.
It's going to start in a moment, apparently.
Ah.
Right. So ignore what
Right.
Peter told you earlier with the timings because he is wrong.
Yep.
And it is in fact
Well,
gonna
it's all
start
gonna. It's probably gonna
just plus-
overrun.
Plus 35 onto anything
I don't
Peter
think
said.
I don't think we've got a curfew. I think we're allowed to broadcast.
Oh
plus,
no, I've got to be home. I've got to be home by 10.
home by 10.
Yeah.
Why?
I won't tell you that, would I?
Tell us all.
He's watching a.
It's got curfew.
A sports game.
Well,
in
I'm
the
gonna-
Mama
I'm
middle.
gonna
says
try-
come
no.
home.
No, because oh no, they're taking it down.
Oh, sports.
No, I'm going to try and
Sports.
get into The Sopranos tonight.
Okay, right.
Get into the Sopranos.
Watch The Sopranos.
Watch The Sopranos.
I thought
No,
it
he's
was
going
like
to
a
try and
bit-
join. He's going to try and
Sorry.
join The Sopranos this evening.
I want to be in the gang.
You want to be in the gang? You want to know what that gabagoo is?
Yeah.
Gabagoo. You said that really sweet. Gabagoo.
Gabagoo. Sounds like something. If you say it quick enough, it does sound like something from a Nintendo program.
Yeah.
Nintendo
bit,
game
Bit
even.
Yoshi, isn't it?
Mario
Yeah,
Kart.
it's quite Yoshi coded. If you
T
had
minus 60 seconds.
if you had to have one member of the Mario cast as your president, who would you have?
Peach. No, sorry, Daisy.
There we
Daisy.
go.
Daisy's
Bowser,
Miss
'cause he'll
Independent.
just
That's
rain
why
lava
I
over
love
everything.
her.
That would be fun. It would solve a lot of things. Solve the
Peter?
housing crisis just by removing
Yeah,
all
yeah.
houses. I personally would be quite boring. Go Birdie, who is
That's a niche
Birdo,
pick. And you
Birdo.
had that loaded
Birdo.
up, didn't you? You had that loaded up because
yeah.
that is niche.
I had that I just because I always played as her in Mario
about,
Kart Double Dash.
Dry Bones.
Oh, I don't think
Cooper
that.
Trooper's better than that.
Yeah, do love Koopa Trooper.
Mm.
I like when they have wings.
Yeah.
Koopas Troopas.
I like a bit of
Koopa
Waluigi.
Troopa from the Mario Kart game and other Mario games.
Super
Excellent.
Trooper.
He's in different games of the Mario Descent. Okay, we're
Oh,
about to
I've heard
start
beeping
for
and
real this time.
beeping and booping. So potentially things are ready to go. The audience is filling out. People are generally standing around. Darts game is going on. but
It's a
that's
big
always-
crowd tonight, isn't it?
Yes.
I think I can see about. I'm counting 15 at least.
And there might be more underneath us.
Yeah,
For we
can't
are on a
quite see.
balcony.
But we'll know when we hear
There's
the
probably
when we
quite
hear
a
the
lot
cheers.
Yeah.
You know.
The roars of
'Cause-
I'd be interested if a couple of people cheered and then one of them roared. That would scare me.
I'm hoping for some booze tonight, just to spice
Toby
things
wants
up a
the
little
drama.
bit. Yeah,
I know he
yeah.
really wants a sort of Coronation Street style.
I know, because I tell you what, if there is some fisticuffs on stage,
Okay,
and you can watch
Big
that, and we
if.
can just.
That's not going to happen.
it's not going to happen.
Well, if you'd like that to happen, just give us a like
Vote.
on YouTube.
Press the red button now.
UE SU presidency election after dark.
My word. Ping pong ball just came at me at high velocity, but I
Peter's
Shall we
been
bet
taken
some
out.
money that we're going to get hit in the head with a ping pong ball?
Yeah.
I'll bet.
you'll be
whatever
the
loose
safest
change
'cause
I
you've
have.
got the most hair on the back of your head.
I have the most
Yeah.
hair out of
Toby
the
has
three
the
of
least.
us.
I've got
Yeah.
the least, so that's it. I'm being knocked out tonight.
Yep, unfortunately.
And
if
you're
a ping pong
blonde.
ball goes for you, you are toast.
Yeah. No, it is a shame. But nice little nap, you know, kind of thing.
What, like knocked out and
If I get knocked out by a ping pong ball, I'll just little shh for just a couple of hours, and I wake up and it'll be time to watch The Sopranos.
Mm.
I'm here to join the gang.
There we go. All right then, debate is starting.
I believe we should be expecting our first candidates up to the stage very shortly. We are experiencing technical issues. I can see some waves happening, beckoning them to the stage.
Some issues with...
So this is the current VP.
VP for Education.
Current VP
Yeah.
for Education, who is just giving her opening speech. There do seem to be some technical difficulties with our microphones this end. These ones, we are just getting that fixed now. We're having some technical difficulties. We are just working on that now. In her opening speech, she brought up that student satisfaction was at an all-time low. So, something that obviously the VP of Education is something they're going to tackle. She also does appear to be
Do you want to give it a go?
asked her whether the policies that she'd been put in that she's already had for the past year, would she have done anything differently in order to achieve those?
Started the job, I think I'll talk about the reasonable adjustment to deadline policies, because I was not aware of it that university was taking a step back from 14 days to 7 days, because when I started the job and I was part of this group and I was very new to this role, so while I was having this training and everything, I was not aware how the university works, how the student consultation works and how everything works, even though I asked the university to have a proper student consultation before changing the policy. It didn't actually work in that way, in that work group. So I think if I could have changed anything, maybe I would have pushed for more student consultation, having more student voice in that work group. But in that work group, I couldn't do it, but then I opened the discussion again in academic board. Now we have a task and finish group who's looking into the reasonable adjustment to deadline policy again. And we have enough student voice in it. We have done a survey, and we have our president, VP Community Welfare, and we had our few of our part-time officers. So we have enough students in it, so that the student voice could have been heard properly, and the policies could have been better.
On the topic of reasonable adjustments to deadline, this is something where year after year, I think for the past 3 years or so, the university has made various changes to first the open timing period, which went down from 5 days to 48 hours, now this. Do you think that this is sort of a move in the wrong direction, and is it a sign that there needs to be more student representation at these decision-making levels in the university?
Yes, definitely. What I felt that any sort of this policies that actually university says, oh, they don't have staff capacity or any sort of thing, they want to change it during summer break and when students are not here. So even we want to do a student consultation, we can't do that time because students are not here. So these sort of things, I think it's a pattern which is very concerning, and I would definitely, I would definitely work with the stakeholders, and I've raised it with them. So that's there, definitely. I see a pattern, definitely. But then if the university have some pressure, because they have their own system, and if they don't, if they can't, for example, for reasonable adjustment to deadline, they gave up reasoning that maybe the delayed feedback and turnaround time, maybe that's happening because of reasonable adjustment. So these sort of things are there. But then they need to come up with good policies and make sure that students' voice are heard properly, so that it doesn't impact on students. And also, I was very concerned when I saw that the equality impact assessment was done retrospectively, so which was very concerning, because it should have been done beforehand.
That is really concerning, yeah. Do you think that there's any truth to that argument, that reasonable adjustments used by students these are misused, and likewise with the grace period? Do you think there's any truth to that argument?
So yes, no, I won't say yes or no, but I'll say one bit, that the university, I don't know what they thought. Maybe university thought that students are abusing it, but then I asked, I won't believe anything without data. You need to show me that data which is showing that students are abusing it. Without the data, there is no proof. So,
True.
And have they presented you with the data?
no. I mean, we have the data, but then it doesn't show that whether they're abusing or not, because most of the data showed that it was done from students who have disability, and they're registered disabled students under our disability services. So if they're registered disabled students, and if they need extra time, I don't know how this is abusing.
Thank you. So I'm just going to air some of the questions that I would have asked your opponents as well. So if Preet were here, I would have asked about improving communication. So in Preet's manifesto, it talks about improving communication in how our opinions inform university policy, and I want to know what's wrong with the current system there. And for Muzamil, it's about elevating training for student reps. So just this past year, the Students' Union has completely redone rep training. And so I'd like to know for Muzamil, is it a good use of our time to redo this, and what needs to be changed? But Khadija, we'll move on to your next question. So you've said that one of your proudest achievements is the transformation of our student rep system and an increased number of student reps. Now, I think, as some of you may know, I used to work for the representation team, and so I can say from first-hand experience that that's been part of a collaboration between UE and the Students' Union. It's part of our Reimagining Representation programme. How much do you think that you can claim that as your work, and how much do you think that that's been the work of others?
So I never say that this is my work, because definitely I work with the rep coordinators from our Students' Union and also Student Voice team. And when I started the job, I heard about this Reimagining Representation project, which I was not aware of when I was writing my manifesto. And I was a student rep last year. And when I was a student rep, I did the training, and I was not clear what my role was, because there was a lot of information and the structure was not clear for me. So that was the time I decided that I will, if I get elected, I will make sure that I will change the structure in a way that students who get the training, they would be aware that what their role is. And I think it's, as I said, it wasn't me who did it. I had the help with the staff members, and we worked together, because I cannot do it by myself, but I needed help, and they helped me a lot. And then we changed the proper system, and I'm really happy that you were part of that group as well. So we have like 26% increase in student rep sign up, which is 1,104 student reps compared to last year, and we have 30% increase in student rep trained, which is an amazing achievement, and I'm really proud of it.
No, absolutely, and thank you for recognising that collaboration. My time is broken, but I think that you're just about answering within 2 minutes, which is great. So I'm going to ask you a question from the audience here. I'm in lots of groups for modules where members don't pull their weight and academics don't care. So I'm left picking up the extra slack, taking time from other modules, and my group members still get the same grade as I do for all of my work. How will you help me with this?
Sorry, can you repeat the question because I couldn't hear properly?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm in a group with for modules where members don't pull their weight and academics don't care. So I'm left picking up the extra slack, and that takes time from my other modules. And those group members who don't do the work still get the same grade as me for all of my work. How would you help with that?
It definitely needs a conversation, and because individual students have individual problems and concerns, and if I can know which school this student is from, then we can definitely talk with the school director of learning and teaching, and then we can talk with the program leader of that program, so that they can, and we have our lead school reps in present, so they can work together and they can see like how it can be worked out. If not, then I have to raise it in the upper sort of meetings and board meetings.
Do you think it's a problem across the university, or do you think that this is something that sometimes happens? Is this just part of university life?
So as I said earlier, like every course or every program has sort of like different problems and issues. So I won't say it's the same with every program. Every program has like different sort of issues. So some for example, architecture or engineering, it's more of a practical based sort of program. But then if you see law or other programs, those are a bit very like information based, essay based, so written exam based, so those things. So they have like different sort of problems for each programs. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. So we're nearly at the end of our time together, unfortunately, but I have got a couple more questions for you before we go. So let's have a look. Yes. I think personally as a student that one of the biggest issues that our education faces is artificial intelligence, and the idea that people aren't writing original work because of ChatGPT and other large language models. How would you respond to that claim, that the idea that students aren't doing their own work anymore, and what do you think the role of artificial intelligence is in higher education?
I'll tell you one bit. Just think about university life in 5 or 10 years. The AI we have now, it will definitely go stronger, and we'll have more sort of people using it. So I think university policies should be written in a way, and it should be flexible enough, because the policy should reflect the the development of AI, because now it's any students, any person can access it, and there should, and also I'm not against AI. But then there should be a limitations, but there should be some, they can use it as a tool for learning, definitely. So, yeah, I mean, does that answer my question?
I think so. I think the problem that I would say is that in some degrees, like humanities or social sciences, lots of your work is essay writing. And it's very difficult to feel that artificial intelligence, large language models which generate huge blocks of text, have a place in that. What sort of a place do you think that type of AI has?
I mean, so listen, if we have this plagiarism policy in place, right? So if you copy paste from AI and then you don't know whether it's giving you a correct answer or not, and we don't know the source, so you need to give a reference, but then AI couldn't give you a proper references, can they? So that's what we need to be very mindful when we're using AI. It's good to have like information, but then over relying on AI is not a good thing at all. So even with those essay sort of like exams and assignments, I would say like you can use it, but then you need to follow the rules what university is providing.
Thank you very much, Khadija. That's all the time we have for tonight, I'm afraid, but thank you so much for coming. It's been a pleasure. And this is Khadija. Please, a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you very much.
I believe now we have a dance performance as a little interval. So I'm looking to my production team to tell me what to do. Excellent. Yeah.
I can hear my mic.
Why don't you tell us what
I
happened,
would,
Toby?
so basically, we only had the current VP for Education turn up to the first
Hello.
debate here, and that is Khadija Hussain, and she answered questions both fielded by the audience and by the presenter here about AI, her views on using AI, and also when your group mates are not pulling their weight in the group tasks during modules. Holly, what did you think about her speeches there?
Well, I personally resonated with the reasonable adjustment point, which is there's constantly debate on whether students are abusing reasonable adjustments, and I personally think that they're really vital for people with various learning difficulties and disabilities and differences. And she wants the uni to produce data, which I think is good, because what is showing that? Like, we're saying that lots of people are using them and allegedly abusing them, but there's no data to show that, or there hasn't been shown any
How do you
data.
think that they could get that data though?
Well, I don't know. I guess
You can't prove that someone's
Exactly, you
not
can't.
ill, or not had a time which warrants reasonable adjustment.
I think, like,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a percentage that are abusing that system, but I think that the vast majority are, like, have valid reasons.
Before we move on to the next round, enjoy a
Yeah, I
fantastic
don't think
performance
we should
from
stop
Yui
reasonable
Dance.
adjustments or anything or reduce them. I think they're good the way they are, and even in some circumstances, they should extend them further. But that's just me.
Oh, sorry, not Toby.
Oh, here we go. Dance troupe.
Peter's microphone's not working. This end doesn't work, so they're going to have to share mics.
Peter, your mic's not working.
Hello. Oh, hello.
We've got some dancing going on.
I just met your ass on the west side. I should've known when I met you was outside. Girl, we just on a wave, keep riding it. Like, we ain't got no time to be shy. Down in the free of Too live, cool, y'all too fine. You a good girl and a bad bitch. You got two sides, not an option. Gotta choose right. And tonight I decided. And tonight I decided. Oh, I know that you like it. Pretty if you like it. Tell me what you like. Oh, I know that you like it. Whoa, you pretty if you like it. Yo, just tell me what you like.
And that
Lovely
was
duet there.
the Dance Society.
I used to be in the dance society in my first and second year.
Me
It's
too.
a fun time. Did you? No, you didn't.
Yeah, I specialised in street and hip hop.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
That was
I did
a brilliant
contemporary
interview.
with Yui Dance.
Did you?
That's more hip hop commercial
Yeah,
though.
that was a
So
bit of me, that was.
yeah, wonderful stuff.
And now you can see the smooth transitions from the stage team here, straight back
Smooth.
into democracy mode.
Tables.
And if you wear black, they can't see you because of the black background. So it's like the chairs are moving by themselves.
Right, next up we're going to have VP for Community and Welfare. So we've got three candidates up, and we're going to quickly run through the manifesto. So Layla Powell, five key objectives, developing she's running on Your Voice, Our Community. Here are five key objectives. Imagine I could say that. Developing a thriving UE community, boosting welfare, health empowerment programs, including I love the title of Catch Those Z's, which is launch a sleep awareness campaign, which is something to note there. And also
I like that.
smarter spending, so swap, don't shop, and NUS campaigns.
I like that.
And community engagement. NUS does have some surprising...
Spending and sleep, they're two of my woes.
Though, I mean, those are two of the biggest woes, quite frankly.
It's tough out here. But no, that is really interesting.
And then up next we've got Lubia Gardiza. Oh my gosh, I hope I'm pronouncing these names correctly. Who's again campaigning on 5 points. Expanding mental health and well-being support, and financial and advice support for students. Empowering student voices and engagement, enhancing campus safety and celebrating diversity and student achievements, and then finally Rally Fivera, vote for Rally, join the rally, which, I think that's pretty good. Right, give us 2 seconds. I'm going to quickly run through her final points. She's looking at cost of living crisis support, making student support services more effective and accessible, and expanding healthy food options, enhancing free well-being and support, and building a stronger, more inclusive community. And now actually we do have an interview coming up, so we've got Khadiza Hussain.
Next up, let's give a big round of applause to the candidates for Vice President of Community and Welfare. Next up, let's give a big round of applause to the candidates for Vice President of Community and Welfare.
I think we may have made the gap here a little smaller, but hello, welcome both of you. Have you found your names? Excellent. Layla, Rally, lovely to see you both. Thank you for joining me tonight. So you've both had our opening question. Because there's only 2 of you in a slot designed for 4, we're going to give you each, 3 rather, but still, we're going to give each of you 2 minutes to answer that opening question. So, how would you champion a sense of belonging amongst UE students and build an inclusive campus culture? So, Rally, you are first in my shuffle, and then we will go to Layla. And they will keep going, Rally and then Layla in our questioning. So, 2 minutes, starting now.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to answer this question.
Hang on, I think your microphone's not on. Just wait for that to double check. Can you talk into the microphone for us?
Check, check.
Excellent, there we go. 2 minutes, take it away.
I'd like to answer this question in an alternative way with a poem about how I achieved a sense of belonging at UE. It's called Lost and Found. I came with dreams, a heart so bright, a brand new home, a future in sight. But fields and skies were cold and grey, and loneliness crept in to stay. The walls felt bare, the night so long. No laughter, no friends, no place I belong. A voice that stayed, though filled with lies, at least some warmth, though in disguise. Then one small sign, a beacon of light. Board games and pizza, come join us tonight. A simple invite, a roll of the dice. A room full of strangers, but faces so nice. They listened, they laughed, they welcomed me in. A spark reignited, a place to begin. Step by step, I found my way, left the past, chose better days. Now I stand with open hands, to lift you up, to take a stand. No one should feel lost or alone. This campus will make it home. Vote for Rally, join the rally. For warmth, for care, for community. A place for all, a place to grow. Together, we'll make it so. And this is how. I'll make sure that support at UE is proactive, not just reactive. And if students reach out for help, they get it right then and there. I'll create many opportunities for students to connect, feel heard, and thrive at UE.
Thank you, Rally. I had to say it's quite original answering with a poem, but I do like that approach. Layla, you've got 2 minutes. Take it away.
Making a genuine sense of belonging at UE is about forming connections that go beyond the surface and creating a community where every student enhances the bigger picture. I plan to implement initiatives that bring students together. One key project is the Volunteering Passport Programme. By partnering with local charities, encouraging students to engage in meaningful volunteer work, will not only benefit the community, but it allows them to connect with like-minded peers. Collective effort towards common goals really strengthens bonds. Inclusivity means every voice is heard and valued. By establishing regular feedback forums, students can share their experiences and concerns. This means issues can be addressed collaboratively. As the current vice president of a very diverse sports club, I understand the importance of diverse voices in leadership positions. To build an inclusive campus culture, it is crucial to address the accessibility in all forms and to do our best to overcome systemic barriers. This means ensuring events cater to different abilities, learning styles, and schedules. Virtual participation options, quiet spaces during events, and considerate scheduling can make a significant difference, especially to part-time and mature students. Inclusivity isn't just about who is present, but who feels comfortable and empowered to engage. By connecting all of these elements together, we can reinforce a sense of belonging throughout the academic year. I am committed to being an approachable and empathetic vice president who values the perspectives of all students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Layla. So, Raleigh, let's open our questions.
Yes.
Your manifesto calls for the returns of free meals in the Students' Union and for free art supplies for Kate students.
Yes.
Now, this is absolutely an admirable goal, don't get me wrong. But when we previously delivered this, free meals cost around £80,000, and the university is currently making £35 million worth of cuts to its budgets. Now, lots of the funding for the Students' Union comes directly from the university. With this in mind, how would you seek to fund this cost of living support, and do you think it's realistic that we can achieve this?
Yes, so this was a service that I believe all students loved and liked and used all the time. So I understand that there was budget cuts and it had to be removed, but I'm basically looking into ways to make it more affordable. So, for example, for the drinks, maybe we can find sponsors, or maybe we can reduce the hours of this being provided. For example, let's do it in the most important hours from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And also we could include volunteering if possible. When I was working in summer camp, I remember they were making the kids volunteer in the canteen, which I think can bring a lot to the community, helping out with this. Also, I know that the Student Union, for example, still has the hot drinks available, but when I spoke to other students, they said that they wouldn't be as likely to go to the Student Union and get the hot drink instead of going to one zone. So that's why I think it should be still important that we have them in around the library. And for the meals, because you mentioned that they cost quite a lot, so I was thinking that what if we use the food that is going to go off soon in the kitchen and use it to prepare meals before it goes off, because otherwise it might have to be thrown away. For Kate students, there could be some kind of token system where they can get certain amount of tokens that they can use in the project room throughout the year to get their basic supplies.
Great, thank you very much. Layla, you've also pledged to reintroduce these meals and introduce free period products in all toilets across the university. Again, really admirable. How do you think this could be funded, and do you think it's a realistic goal?
I don't only think it's realistic, I think it's absolutely necessary to ensure student success. Hot meals and adequate nutrition in students is so important. There are so many students at the moment who are living off of so little per day that this would just support them so much. It would include proposals to university, discussion with UE services. I understand that the period pledge logistically is challenging. It would be very, very hard to make sure that they're fully stocked all of the time, but by having channels to report empty stations, for example, we can ensure that students feel like they're being heard and seen. As a female student, it's really deflating going to the library, needing these resources, and there's nothing there. I'm then having to sacrifice some of my own study time to go and find something that I feel like should be very, very accessible. I don't know if we could maybe look into reallocating parts of the budget. I understand the university is making a lot of cuts at the moment, but this is so crucial student success that I don't feel like it's almost an option. We could discuss with local businesses, maybe local charities, if they're willing to sponsor such a good program, or see if we could partner with a company like Too Good To Go. I use them quite a lot, and I think they're absolutely brilliant, and I love what they stand for. So I think that might be the way to go.
Great, thank you very much, both of you. So if Lubna were here with us, I would be asking her about her manifesto. It's quite similar to what she was elected on last year, but the focus is on mental health. And so her manifesto talks about implementing mental health awareness campaigns. I personally think that students are quite aware of their struggles with mental health. And so what I would like to know is what Lubna has done this year to improve access to mental health. Unfortunately, she's not here to answer that, so we will move on. Rally, you're calling for better food options on campus in the evenings, and you've said that the current options are limited.
Sorry, can you just start again?
Yes, sorry. So you're calling for better food options on campus in the evenings, and you've said that the current options are limited to snack foods. How would you go about expanding the catering offering, and do you think you can prove that there's demand that will justify this later opening times?
Yes, so my idea is a bit different than what is initially my manifesto, because I thought it would be too complicated to explain it in there. But basically, this is an idea that and my friend got while studying late in the library. So what if we have a healthy vending machine that's available to students 24/7, maybe in the library. It could be microwavable rice in there, or pasta, or dried fruit, basically anything that's not crisps and chocolates and fizzy drinks, which is the current options in the library.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Layla, what mental health resources and guidance do you think is currently available to students, and how will you support the promotion and growth of students' mental health?
I think the university has a wide range of mental health support at the moment, and I don't think students don't know about it, but I think they maybe feel a bit somewhat shy or don't know how to go about accessing it. I would want to take upon a student-centric approach and make sure it's very interactive to encourage lots of participation. But this would need to occur at various sessions across the year at various times, and at all campuses must be able to access all these facilities. I'd want to include things like seminars as well to encourage students to not just talk about their mental health, but to develop the skills over the year to tackle it themselves. And I want to encourage these skills so they can stay with students for the entirety of their lives, not just whilst they're in first year, second year, not just whilst they're doing their bachelor's. It's really important that these skills are with them forever.
Great, thank you. And so if Lubna were here with us, she has been working on the Bauer Travel and Safety Survey, and in her manifesto pledged to implement measures that would improve student safety. And so I'll probably put this to both of you in a second, but what I would like to ask her is that the walkways that she's talked about being dangerous are the responsibility of Bristol City Council and not the university or the Students' Union. So I'd like to know how she'd achieve that. But first, Rally, the next question I have for you is from our audience, who have said, in your manifesto you've mentioned that the university should bring back free hot drinks near the library in one zone. And so the reason that they stopped giving these, according to this student, is that students were exploiting this by filling up bottles of milk and taking bags of sugar home. How would you solve that? And I'll add on to this. Do you think that is a root cause of an issue, or do you think that there's something wider going on there?
So I don't think that's the main problem, but I did consider this problem, and I think one way to solve it would be, again, maybe through having volunteers who would be there serving students or preparing the drinks or anything like this. Another option that I was considering was if the hot drinks are given for free from the actual one zone tills, maybe there could be some kind of tokens that could be given to students, and then they can pay with the tokens to get the free drink and the sugar pack, whatever they need. So this is another option. Again, I have lots of ideas on how to solve this issue and bring this back into life.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rally. Layla, another question from the audience for you this time. So, pardon me. Why is it that you think students are choosing not to use the mental health services provided by the university? And do you believe that the services currently provided are adequate?
When I went to use the services, it felt like the process to actually use them felt a bit long. By that time, I didn't really feel like I needed to talk about it. I also feel like some students maybe just talk to their friends sometimes instead of accessing services that they need, or maybe some students genuinely just aren't aware of the services that are around. It's really important that they are consistently promoted throughout the year, not just in, for example, Mental Health Awareness Week. And it's really important that during things like Freshers' Fairs and things like that, at the beginning of the year, when we've got students coming in, that these services are adequately advertised and displayed.
And do you think the services themselves are adequate?
I believe we have some very good trained professionals, and I've heard that they are good for students, that it takes on a very student-centric approach, and these people know how to cater for students.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask both of you about this, and I realise that this is Bauer-centric, so you may not know the answer, but over on Bauer Ashton, there has been a travel and safety survey, and one of the things that's been identified by students is the issue with the walkways between the campus and the bus stops. So, Raleigh, these walkways are the responsibility of Bristol City Council. How would you make change there and make that route home safer for students?
So, safety in terms of like people around you that could harm you, or safety in terms of tripping over and falling, or what type of safety? The
former, yeah. So being safe on your way home and safe from crime rather than an accident, say.
Okay. So I would say that there could be some kind of helpline that you can call on the way to the bus stop. Make sure, like, maybe you can reach out to security, make sure that you're safe by the time you get to the bus stop. Then you can hang up, get on your bus, and get home.
Okay, thank you. Layla, same question. So these walkways, this path between Bauer Ashton campus and the city centre is something that, well, the buses to the city centre, is something that students have been complaining about for quite a long time. So how would you make that safer?
So within my Safe UE, Safe You programme, I'd want to organise self-defence classes, so that if there are issues with this, the students are enabled with the skills to make sure that they can be safe. But within these campaigns and within these like seminars and things, we'd want to highlight the fact that this area is an issue, so that students don't go there and suddenly feel unafraid, that they can be prepared that it might be a bit of an uncomfortable situation. In order to tackle the problem itself, I'd want to be in communication with Bristol City Council to maybe get more street lights and things in place, or clear directions of where to go to make sure that they get to their location, and encourage people to maybe for their friends have their location on, or like an ability on their phone so that their friends or family can know when they get to uni safe. Like, there are lots of initiatives that can be encouraged to students to ensure that although the area currently is unsafe, that they can act safely in that area to make sure that they're protected.
Lovely, thank you. So, I'll just remind the audience, by the way, if you are here, scan the QR codes, which I'm told are scattered around, and you'll be able to submit questions for us. In fact, there's one on the wall just over there. So if you've got any questions you'd like to submit for the candidates, please scan away. So, firstly, Raleigh, UE is currently developing its anti-racism strategy in partnership with the Students' Union to move forward on the journey that we want to take to become an anti-racist university. How would you ensure that students' voices are included in this journey?
Sorry, how would I ensure what?
That students' voices are included in this journey.
Student what? Sorry.
I'm gonna walk over here quickly, just because the audio on stage for the candidates isn't great. So, as we're doing this to become an anti-racist university, how would you ensure that students' voices are included in that process?
Okay. Well, I would say through surveys, gathering information from students when you're then and there, like from staff. As I've mentioned in my manifesto, I work for a team at UE, and we very often, at every single event, we ask students for feedback, so we can gather more feedback regarding this as well. Yeah, that's pretty much my question. Having like an open survey where people can express their views, share their thoughts, and make sure that they're heard.
Great, thank you. Layla, same question. If you need me to repeat it, just say. Yes, absolutely. So, UE is currently developing its anti-racist strategy in partnership with the SU, and how would you ensure that students' voices are included in that?
So as part of my manifesto, I really want to amplify and use the student voice. I'd want to be in touch with regular student engagement, utilise things like sports and society committees and student reps to gather feedback, probably mainly through things like surveys, but I'd also want to hold student forums where people can come in and talk about their experiences and share their experiences, because we're all learning, we all need to know what's going on. So it's really important that people feel welcome to come in and discuss their experiences.
Lovely, thank you. Sorry, I'm just double checking the timings here. So, a question to you both from the audience. How would you represent all students and not just a particular group? Please, go ahead.
Well, I think there should be some kind of open place. Can you, yeah. There should be some kind of place, link, website that students can access at all times and bring ideas forward so that we can make it happen. So that students with, sorry, my microphone keeps cutting off.
That's okay, take all the time you need to answer the question. We're aware of technical difficulties.
Yeah, basically supporting students who have ideas and want to organize things to support their community can put ideas forward through an online forum. Yeah, that's my idea on that question.
Okay, Layla, same question to you. How would you ensure that you're representing all students and not just a particular group?
I'd want to make sure at events like the Freshers' Fair, I'm interacting with all different students, all different societies, sports committees, NFIs, everyone that's there, discussing them and also asking them what would you want to see from someone in my position, someone in that role, what makes you feel included in the community and what sort of welfare things would you want to be implemented.
Great, thank you very much. I'm just going to see if I've got some more questions for the audience because you've both been so expeditious and efficient in your answers that I'm nearly running out of questions. One question from me, which isn't particularly well formed, but we're going to see how we go with this. So there's been a lot of anti-trans rhetoric in politics across the UK at the moment. Oh, hello. There's been a lot of anti-trans and generally more anti-LGBT rhetoric across politics in the UK. And this can have a real impact on students' mental health. What would you do to support LGBTQ students in particular in your time in office?
Yes,
You first?
Okay,
Yep.
yeah. That's something I've always been very passionate about. I've always been an ally myself, and this is something that I've already been working a lot on through my job at UWE by creating events that are safe spaces for the queer community, like queer cafes or queer quiz nights, basically events that are targeted towards this community and making sure that they're included and heard and valued as much as any other student, because there shouldn't be any discrimination.
Lovely, thank you very much. Go ahead, Layla. Oh, do you want me? Yes, sorry, I'm going to repeat myself. So again, lots of anti-trans and anti-LGBT rhetoric in the UK. How would you go about supporting LGBTQ+ students?
I would want to work collaboratively with the LGBTQ+ society and with the part-time officer in this role to make sure that there is a mutual understanding of what these issues are. It's completely unacceptable that there are these issues to begin with, and it's really important that extra effort is made to make sure these students feel valued and appreciated within the society, and I believe that that will help our community to flourish even more.
Great, thank you very much. So I briefly mentioned this, I think, no, sorry, it doesn't matter. Hang on, I am genuinely running out of questions here. So, audience, please keep them coming. We've got a couple more minutes before we run out of time. I guess for me, generally, part of my background is in representation, and so I think you've both attended our student council meetings, which I have chaired both of. So, a little bit of personal criticism welcome, but also, what do you think about the way that we run our accountability at the Students' Union? Do you feel that Student Council allows presidents to be accountable? And what would you change if you were president about accountability?
Yes, so this was my first time attending one of these meetings last time, and I think it's a great way to hold them accountable, I think we should give all students a chance to go and ask all of the presidents about what they're doing, how are they doing it, holding them accountable. Maybe it should be more open for anyone to join, at any time. I personally didn't know about it until recently.
Okay, thank you very much. So Layla, you want me to repeat it? So again, as part of your role, you'll be attending student council, and it's our accountability for presidents. How do you feel that student council works? Do you think it's effective? And what would you like to change to be more accountable to students?
I personally really like the idea that we have the student council. I think it's really, really important that you hold these people that you have elected in to account. You have to make sure that they're standing by their manifestos and what they want to do, and that they're actually actively doing it. Having 3 throughout the year also means you should be able to see the progress that they're making. And I believe that no one in the presidency team should just be static with their ideas. They need to be progressive. It's a really good opportunity for students from different areas across the university to ask their questions to anyone on the presidency, which is very, very important. However, I didn't know about this until this academic year, and I can't remember if I found out through the student rep, like emails and things from a rep as well, or through like my sports committee. I feel like greater advertisement across the university would mean that there are more voices within the room, more people to ask questions. I do feel like because sometimes there are less people in person and more people online, it can feel a little bit intimidating to answer a question sometimes. I think perhaps if we encourage student council members to gather feedback from students and maybe some questions that it means that they can then come in more prepared to ask questions to the presidents on top of them already like reading the manifestos.
Thank you. I've just got just for a pointer for the elections team. There's a misprint of the manifestos in this that's quite serious because it copies one candidate's manifesto into the other. That's fine. They'll fix that. Don't worry about that. The final question I have for you is that in your manifestos, as I've read them, which bear in mind there might be that typing issue, neither of you's really talked about, I think, one of the biggest issues in our community that affects students, which is housing in Bristol. Housing is incredibly expensive to the extent that I spend probably most of the money I have paying my rent. I'm sure you both know the same experience. What do you think that there is scope for you to do? How would you achieve change in housing in the city? And I realise this is a hard question, so take the time you need to answer.
Well, I would say, again, through like big surveys, maybe even when gathering information from students, but maybe even protests, gathering students together to make a difference together.
Okay, thank you very much. Layla, how would you make a difference in housing in the city of Bristol for students and I guess any issues you can change in general?
So yeah, housing is ridiculous in Bristol. There are so many HMOs everywhere and it does almost become very competitive. I think it's important to encourage students to start looking for their next set of housing as early on as possible. So I would want to host things like events in the SU or mixes where maybe people who are struggling to find housemates can come and find people that they might want to live with next year so that they can start tackling the problem earlier on instead of when academic pressures perhaps become too high.
Great. Thank you both so much. It's been a pleasure talking with you. And best of luck to the both of you. We're going to take a break.
Hello there. Well, that was a little
Do
bit
not
of a
walk in front of us.
That was the microphone screaming into life. However, it means it's working. I am joined here by candidate for VP Education, Khadija Hussain. Hello there, Khadija.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very relaxed after the presidential debate.
I mean, you did have to get up on stage and just producing everything. How are you feeling now?
As I said, very relaxed. I'm like done with it now.
Reasonable adjustment.
So
basically the data I mentioned. So when the reasonable adjustment to deadline policy was changed, I asked the university to, like before it changed, I asked the university to give me some data. What is the issue? Why is it happening during summer when students are not around? And I asked them several times that student consultation needs to be done, and just putting me in a group doesn't mean you have done a student consultation. So they provided the data, but it was a raw data.
Oh, okay.
Of people. It's basically all the application of reasonable adjustment to deadline.
Okay.
And that doesn't show anything. When you provide a data, you need to provide another document which says, what this data looks. What does it mean, basically?
So they just sort of threw the numbers at you. You didn't get any interpretation.
Yeah, it
from
wasn't
that.
a breakdown.
Okay.
Yeah.
My other question, right at the end, you had there was a long segment about AI and AI adjustments with AI, especially being used, and especially within like essay subjects and things like this. Do you think that AI is within the university? Do you think there's a place for it within the university, especially with like essay subjects, where do you think there's a place for it, or do you think it should just be almost like a total carte blanche? Write your own work, mate.
No, I think there should be a place, and I think even like last week I had academic board, and we raised a few questions on this using of AI. Especially it came from our lead school rep from School of Engineering, and he basically mentioned because generative AI is being used all the time. So how are we looking for the policies, and is it because it's changing every day? So how are we going to tackle it? How flexible it needs to be? So the university agreed that they will open a discussion, hopefully, and they will keep on looking for what they can achieve through AI policies and all of that. But then, of course, I mean, as I said, like within 5-10 years, people will be using AI for everything. They're using already.
People are using AI for shopping lists, and that breaks my brain.
Even
I'm gonna be honest.
I'll just tell you another bit. Recently, I had a meeting with Steve, our vice chancellor, and we were working on some scenarios. Yeah, so he and I we discussed about student. If, for example, if you go to McDonald's or any sort of KFC, you can order through those, I don't know,
the really
those
big
booths.
Yeah, the really big touchscreen things.
Yes.
Look like an old Nokia that made 300 times the size.
Yes, exactly. Just imagine using AI just to get students' feedback. Like, could be anonymous, could be anything. But then over relying on student reps, and you're not paying those student reps. Okay. That's why sometimes student reps get inactive. And then we don't get the feedback properly. So those student voice is not heard properly. But having those things maybe around campuses and using AI to get the theme out of it, isn't that a good idea?
I mean, so when students send in feedback, getting it to sort of be quashed down and squashed down and then put through, that's what you're at, that's sort of what
I mean, for example, you don't have to put your name, but you can put your course name. And when a student rep goes to SRSF, which is like student so they usually have conversation with their program leader.
Right, okay.
But then having some student have issues with the program leader. Just imagine the pressure on that student reps, like, oh, I have this feedback against you. It's very difficult, isn't it? So having those sort of technology, which is amazing. So just being open-minded to adopt all of those things in the university ground, which would be very helpful.
And just my final question on this, if you get elected, what would be like your biggest goal, the thing that you absolutely want to nail down is like, this is the thing that I have done for the next year?
2 things.
Okay.
No, I think 3 things, but I'll say the 2 things.
Okay.
So one is the delayed feedback. I don't know how far we can go, but then I'll try my best to fix at least 30%. I'll try my best because we already opened the task and finish group. But then it's going to be a really big challenge, but I'll definitely that would be my main priority. And the second priority would be the effective timetabling. Students would have 5 days classes in a week. They have life outside campuses, isn't it? So they need to work, they need to earn some money as well. So, and also the students who live outside campus, just imagine how much the transportation price, the ticket price is.
Oh yeah.
it's so expensive in this cost of living crisis. I mean, we cannot expect students to buy the tickets every day.
I'm on Bower Ashton. I'm getting a return every day
So
and things
exactly,
like that. And
so those things-
It's like my second biggest cost, I think.
Yeah, so those timetabling, and it needs to be looked at properly. So that would be my another main focus. You can say.
All right, absolutely perfect. Thank you ever so much for
Thank
sitting
you
down and
so
talking to
much.
us, and have a lovely rest of the evening.
You too, bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're just changing over. Thank you ever so much, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is going to be the... oh dear. We've got an orange that's gone missing. We've got a VP for Society and for Societies and Comms debate, which my brain is missing on what comms is. And now we've got our community, society and communication. Oh my gosh, there we go. So we've got 5 candidates up. We've got... Oh, Yui Afro Dance is coming up.
I've been looking forward to this all night.
Yeah.
No.
Afro Dance is taking away on stage. We are going to have ourselves... this is going to be good. But next up, we've got... Eileen Jameson, Hassan Farid, Laomi, and then we've got his name has not come up on my little sheet. That's deeply aggravating.
You can't say that.
No, that's not his name. We've got Umar, and we've got we have Umar, and I will need to find his name. Give us 2 seconds. We just have Afro Dance going on at the moment. Right then, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep going, assume that it is all running. So, VP Society Communication, we've got 5 candidates coming up. We did have a note during the last one that the Bower Ashton, we're not entirely sure...
I think it'll be interesting to discuss that.
Yeah. Just because with we're all Bower Ashton students. It's just the campus away from campus. Lovely little place, but it is a niche one. The paths going outside to it, I mean, I don't know in which ways they're
It's not necessarily a question of your own safety because of other people. It's more of how thin they are with the traffic going past it. That's the issue. Through
one of the bits, you have to walk across what is essentially it's a gate going into. So I'm not entirely sure. I might be going into the allotments actually. If you just. As you're just going up, I think it's Winterstoke Road. No, it's not Winterstoke Road. It's the Clanegg Road.
Yeah, towards the Winterstoke underpass.
Yeah. Just some of there is like a great. There's something that comes out from that, and they're very thin, and that is a main road as well.
Yeah.
And I do know it gets flooded because I heard from a resident there that the council used to bring up people to unclog the drains there, but when it rains, sometimes they actually don't do that. Which is more an issue for the council rather than anything that the university can do, because it's not necessarily university.
They were talking to the council about it anyway, but about an issue that isn't necessarily an issue. So I think we're going to speak to Raleigh after the next debate, and I'd be interested to get her thoughts on the fact that what she was talking about wasn't the issue that needs to be addressed.
Yep. And after this we've got society and then next up is going to be the societies and communication debate. So these are people looking to go for the position of VP for societies and communication. So this is all about increasing student satisfaction and it also increases the societies. Aside from Hub, are either of you part of any societies at uni?
I'm with Hub Magazine.
Okay.
So I do some articles for them. I'm a junior culture editor.
Oh, lovely. Funky business.
And I used to do UE dance, but I stopped in my 3rd year. Didn't have time.
Oh dear. So yeah, we've got. I'm going to actually go through and find all my notes. There we go.
And I just joined FemSocs. They've started that up again.
Oh yes, our friend Susie is one of the key
social media manager.
Social media. They've just finished Afro Dance. Yep, it's Shake Sheikh and Umar are the other two that I didn't have the name for, so it's going to be Sheikh. The 5 candidates are Sheikh, Umar, Layomi, Hassan, and Eileen. So they're going to be coming up on stage anytime now, just whilst we get the stage all set up.
We are yet to have a full house this evening on the stage, so hopefully
if for the biggest one,
the societies and communications can turn up.
I really do hope so.
Let's hope the communication to them was as good as their communication that they're hoping to give us.
It would be a bit ironic if they were doing communications and they weren't here to communicate.
It would indeed. Oh, and communications has
there we
meant
go.
that a chair has fallen over.
What?
Poor communication on the stage there, but hopefully we're about to get some excellent communication from our 5 candidates for societies and communication.
Well, we've got 3 chairs, but there are 5 people, so it looks like maybe we've got 2 no-shows. We'll see.
I mean, three's
Yeah, it looks like
I mean, that's 3/5
3/5.
if you think about it.
Yeah.
So that would be a brilliant
Quite
turnout.
a lot of a pizza.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. If you are sat near the SU right now and would like to order a pizza to the upstairs of the SU2, that is the SU2, the one with the bar in it, Holly and I would be more than happy, and I'm sure Peter would be buzzing equally to receive a pizza.
A pizza. Peter would be.
What, a pizza for Peter?
Peter would like a pizza. Peter would like a pizza. Pizza.
Is that one of your warm-ups for before you go on air?
The tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips. I used to sing chicken tikka, mango chutney, and a pint of cola, and then you go up, naan and pila rice, and do it over and over again.
Do it then.
No.
And that was Holly Farmer talking absolute
And that
rubbish.
was me.
Now we're currently waiting for the stage to be set up. Although I can see 5 names, 3 chairs. Something's not right.
Oh, it's going to be like musical chairs.
Musical chairs.
Who's
And
it
that
gonna
is
be?
how we
Whoever
decide.
gets there first gets to join the
Yeah.
debate. No, it's not actually what's happening.
They're going to have to sit on each other's laps, potentially.
Maybe the fight
That's the
that I
communication.
predicted is going to happen.
The fight?
Yeah.
Oh,
because I did
I don't
predict
think
it.
that's going to happen.
I don't think there's...
Call me the Kaiser Chiefs because I predict a riot, and it's happening in this section.
I do regularly refer to Toby as the Kaiser Chiefs.
Tiger.
The Tiger. Or I just shout Ruby, Ruby, Ruby at him.
Yeah, exactly.
It's yeah. And my name is not Ruby, it's actually Toby.
But when I type it, it always autocorrects to Tony.
Oh no, I don't want to hear about that because you're not the only person that's ever had that before. Tony,
'Cause
some people
you're a
message me,
tiger.
"All right, Tony," and I'm like, I don't know who that is, all right? So it does my head in, to be honest. Can we talk about something else?
When we went bowling, I was called Tractor because my surname's Farmer. And Peter's name was Pizza, and Toby's name was Tony.
Yeah.
So
I wasn't overly pleased because because it's not it's a common mistake where autocorrect just calls me Tony, and I'm not that happy about it.
we have a friend called Archie we also went bowling with, and we called him Starch.
Yeah.
What was the
I called him Starch.
Why was he called Starch?
Because Archie Starch.
Oh, right.
It's reaching a little bit.
It was it's sort of one of those improvisational moments.
I was named Pizza because people aren't very creative. And I've genuinely been called Pizza by real human beings.
And if you like reaching, then try and fit 5 people on 3 chairs. So,
And that's a reach.
They do need to find 2 more chairs.
Or indeed anyone.
I think
At the
they're
moment.
alluding to something with those chairs.
Are they alluding to chairs?
They're alluding to the fact that potentially 2 people haven't turned up.
Okay.
Or there's too few chairs. But I did see them have 2 other chairs and they removed them.
Just in case.
Just in case. No, he's not running. We've got Umar, Sheikh, Leomi, Hassan, and Eileen. And I can see Eileen down there.
Yeah.
I am very proud of myself.
Come on, Eileen, up to the stage.
Oh dear.
She's a lovely person.
I like her eyeliner from her
Ready for the
picture.
next round? Please
and
welcome
they're
to
up.
the stage your candidates for Vice President of Societies and Communication.
Oh, she just gave me a compliment.
unfortunate that the other two weren't able to join us, but I will be asking their questions to thin air. Now, 3. Sorry, I completely forgot that there's 5 candidates running for Socs and Comms. There we go. I mean, very contested election. How are you both feeling tonight?
Great.
Excellent. Okay, confidence here from the campaigners. We're going to kick things right off. It is Eileen first and then Leomi in my order of things. By the way, in case I haven't mentioned, the order was pre-drawn by random shuffle, so there's no bias towards anyone. It's just randomization, roll of the dice. So you both had time to prepare. How have you been involved in engaging with societies during your time at UWE, and what is your biggest priority to support them? We're going to give you each 2 minutes to answer those questions. Eileen, you're up first.
So I started my BA at UWE during COVID, which meant for the most part societies weren't really active. When societies were allowed to run in my 2nd and 3rd year, I felt really out of the loop and isolated from both the societies and the culture of the student union. When I decided to study my master's at UWE, I knew I had to bring back the previously very popular Rock and Metal Society, which had run for 7 years before being shut down due to the committee, not for lack of want or engagement from its members. So I had no experience with even being in a society, but I successfully brought the society back. We have close to 100 members, run weekly to fortnightly events ranging from charity shop crawls to watching live music and crafting sessions, and we have given our members a safe and accepting place to find like-minded people. We have taken part in a couple crossover events with other societies, and I plan to expand and improve my society as much as I can while still running it. As a society president, I know how life can often get in the way and your society's events can take the back burner. Loved societies become inactive and their members are stuck refreshing their Instagram to see if there'll be another event. My biggest priority to support societies would be helping them stay active. If I was successfully elected, I would run monthly or bi-monthly meetings with each society to assist them in planning events, demonstrating how to brand their social media and complete general necessary admin. These meetings would be optional but would be a reliable resource and would help turn inactive societies into ones that thrive. The idea would be to assist the committee and instill confidence in them and their abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much on time as well. Leomi, same question for you. How have you been involved in engaging with societies during your time at UWE, and what's your biggest priority to support them? Oh, let's make sure the mic's on. Oh, there we go. We're just swapping mics. Lovely.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Leomi Dharmaratna, and throughout my 2 years at UWE, I've taken part in various different society events and move sessions, but most of my engagement with students came from me being a student rep for my accounting and finance degree, being a student ambassador at UWE, and also working for the student union's commercial services. My biggest priorities would definitely be improving student inclusion, also making sure more students participate in different societies, and definitely improving funding for these societies. How many students really know the number of societies we have at UWE? For those who actually don't know, we have over 100 different societies, and one of my main goals would definitely be showing these societies to different campuses. I've heard a lot about how Glenside campus and City campus feel excluded. I want to make sure that these societies organize events not just in Frenchay, but these other two campuses too. If I were to be elected as VP of Societies and Communication, I would first prioritize making a platform for students to, a student event suggestion platform where we can improve inclusivity with students. I would also definitely help societies find different methods of funding through maybe collaborations with the student union commercial services, sponsorships with different people.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And lastly, for my most exciting news, I want to organize a big semester end societies event. Thank you.
That's time, thank you. Right to time there. So, unfortunately, Your opponents aren't able to make it tonight for whatever reason. So we're going to go straight through your questions, and I'll ask theirs to the empty air. Eileen, you're calling for more activities to take place in the afternoons and after lectures. Do you envisage these activities being put on by the university, by the Students' Union, or by societies? And how will you ensure that our smaller campuses are included in this?
That's actually a really good question. I am actually based on one of the smaller campuses, and
I can repeat the question if you need me to.
Oh, no, I get it. I'm just trying to find the best way. I guess it would be a mix of everyone. I feel like, especially when people live far from campus, like people who have to commute, we all know how difficult it is to live near campus these days. I feel like a lot of people struggle to get to campus on time, and it would just be easier for a lot of people if events were later, which is why, like, with societies and I guess like the faculty or whichever, I guess, group is putting on the event, I guess if there was more of like an encouragement, like I feel like especially with Bauer students in the evening after maybe like 3 or 4, there's not many like resources, there's not many things to do. I feel like it would just be better for maybe Bauer or Glenside students if there were more things to do after lectures to look forward to, have a reason to stay on campus rather than feeling like they've wasted their time, maybe, you know, having a 2-hour commute to campus for one lecture.
Great, thank you very much. Leomi, your manifesto says that you'll assist societies in acquiring more funding, including from the SU's commercial services team. So all of the profit from commercial services already goes into funding societies and funding the activities of the Students' Union in general. The commercial services team being owned by the Students' Union means that shop funding funds the SU. So I'm a little confused how you intend to get more societies. Can you explain how you would get more money for societies out of commercial services?
Yes, that's a great question. Well, what I have noticed is that most societies, they start by collaborating with different clubs or other universities to obtain funding for events. My goal is to make these societies more aware of the options that UWI has, the Student Union Commercial Services has. I did have an informal chat with some of the managers at the Student Union Commercial Services, and they did tell me that they're willing to collaborate with these societies, maybe for more events inside UWI. They would sponsor by giving them deals on rollovers that they have, or even for sports societies that go outside Bristol to take part in different events. They said that they're willing to provide lunches, breakfast, definitely after discussion, with these societies, or even open up early for them. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I would like these societies to be made more aware of the opportunities they have within uni through the Student Union Commercial Services.
And just to follow on from that quickly, how does that fund those societies more?
All right. So basically, they can earn income through these activities. For example, for the tickets that they sell, they can say that the ticket includes a meal. And what the Student Union Commercial Services could do is take part of the profits and give part of the profits to these societies.
But given that the profits already go into funding everything that the SU does, wouldn't that just take away from the funding other activities at the Students' Union?
Don't you think that even though the profits are gained by the student union that are given to societies, we still don't get enough profits? I feel like if societies were to collaborate more with Student Union Commercial Services, we would be able to gain more people, basically gain more income through students in societies.
I guess at the root of the question really is commercial services is owned by the Students' Union. It's a company owned by the Board of Trustees of the charity, the Students' Union at UWI. And so my question really is there not a conflict there between that funding is meant to fund everything that we do, just focusing on societies, as a society president, I think it's really important that we have more funding. But do you not think that there's a certain conflict there between already limited funding sources at a time when the university is making funding cuts?
Oh, it isn't the funding cuts because we aren't getting enough income?
Yes, and we can only make limited amount of money from
Definitely,
students,
yes.
and a large part of our money is called the block grant. About £2 million a year comes in from UWE, and that's there's potential for that to increase and decrease based on our relationship with the university. But they're making £35 million in cuts.
Okay, but what if societies? Have you ever thought of societies collaborating with the Student Union Commercial Services to promote more of the stuff that the commercial services have? For example, what the offers that they have with pizzas here, or maybe even the rollovers at the Student Union.
Thank you. I think that's the answer to the question I was looking for there. So yeah, thank you.
All right.
That's really helpful. So if Hassan was here, I would be asking about their involvement in SU-led campaigns that aim to raise awareness, inclusivity, respect and equality. It's something in Hassan's manifesto, and so the question was, which of the current campaigns, like Black History Month, LGBT Plus History Month, and the previous Speak Up campaign, has Hassan been involved in, and how would they change those? For Sheikh Abu Bakr, their manifesto calls for more effective communication and regular feedback mechanisms. And so I'd ask them if they believe that Societies Conference is an effective mechanism for feedback, and from their own society's experience, what feedback mechanism they preferred. And for our current Vice President Umar, I was going to ask, Umar wants to introduce an online hub for students to find out information about society's events and how to get involved. And so the question is, how is this any different from the SU website? And what will it cost to duplicate an existing system that I think we've made the point quite well here that we're talking about lots of expensive things at a time when funding is quite tight. Okay. Eileen, one of the sections of your manifesto focuses on well-being and the cost of living that UWE students face. This is a little bit about outside of the role, but really important. And so I wanted to know, why did you choose to include this in a Societies and Communication manifesto? And how will you achieve this at a time when the university is making such large cuts?
When I was in my BA, this was around the onset of the time of the cost of living crisis. And it was also around the time that the 70 or 71 bus was cancelled. So UWE for students then implemented the shuttle service from campus into town as a way of tackling the lack of, I guess, buses, and also given a small cost of living, I guess, like boost for students. We all know how tight a student loan can be. I feel like just small things to implement like that, nothing too major, would just help the student experience, especially in winter, waiting for the bus at Bauer, maybe up to 20-30 minutes for bus sometimes, just kind of puts your morale down, definitely takes the experience of being campus, just kind of makes it worse. I feel like it would just be, I don't know, I guess it would just work on many levels for students, just knowing there is a reliable way to get home. I included it because, like I said, during my BA, it was such a helpful thing. I feel like, especially now, as the cost of living is getting a lot worse, I feel like just small ways of helping our students.
30 seconds.
Sorry. Just small ways of helping our students would mean a lot to them, and it would be, it would show them how much UWE cares. Just small acts to help their budget stretch further.
Great, thank you. Leomi, one of your ideas is the introduction of a suggestion platform where students can suggest events for societies to put on. Do you think that this has any impact on the independence of committee members and their election to decide what events to put on? Do you think it makes more work for them, or do you think it would be a positive help for them? Could you explain to us a little why you got that idea?
All right, what I've realized is sometimes societies have events that don't cater to every single student in there who has bought their membership. I know it doesn't mean that every student would enjoy a single event that a society organizes or hosts, but it doesn't mean that these societies can't have various different events that cater to various different people, students. That also brings me back to one of my other points, key priorities of catering to other students, to every student. What I'm trying to say is some students, they might not be able to afford expensive society events. So for these students, we would have events that would not charge anything through tickets. Or some international students feel quite intimidated to join few events. So specifically organizing this students' event suggestion platform lets them feel like they could put out their thoughts without being scared that they won't be considered. And then these committee members of societies could see if they're viable and make sure that every student feels included in society events.
Great, thank you very much. So again, if Hassan was here, I would be asking them about the Student Life Passport in their manifesto, designed to reward students for attending events. And so the question is how students would be rewarded through this scheme and what's the goal of introducing it. For Sheikh Abu Bakr, their manifesto points out effective communication being important. And I personally don't feel like their manifesto has effectively communicated the change they want to achieve. So the question would be, what are the tangible changes that they want to see in this role? And for Umar, Umar has said that addressing the decline in societies is one of their biggest challenges, and that the number of societies has grown under their leadership. But isn't it the students who decide to set up societies and to serve on their committees? And in fact, I've been told today that around 20 societies have failed to meet the threshold, either for number of quota for committee elections or for students nominating themselves for committee posts. And so the question really is that something that Umar can claim credit for? Moving on, Eileen, you've called for the introduction of event quotas, so societies have to host a minimum number of events each term. As a society president, again, this is a little concerning to me. What would the consequences be for not meeting this quota? And does this not make it more difficult for students to set up and run societies?
The quota, I know it sounds scary, but the idea is not to scare a committee or punish them. The quota would be very low, like 1 or 2 events maybe a term. I just know, as I mentioned in my opening statement, there are quite a few societies where they would start and then immediately almost lose steam. It can take a lot of energy to run society. So it would just be making sure societies throw at least 1 event a term, and if they don't, then there is no punishment, there is no consequence, but we have a meeting, and like I said, we would have a meeting about their events and how they're running effectively, just to give them a helping hand, just wondering why they haven't thrown any events, like if there's a problem, and how can I work with them to best fix this in the most effective and supportive way.
Thank you. So I've got a few questions for the both of you now. So one of your responsibilities as VP would be the allocation of funding to societies. There are funds set aside, like the Student Experience Fund and the Top-Up Fund, which societies are able to apply for. This is actually a legal responsibility. It's set out in the Education Act 1994. It's actually section 22, subsection 2. I won't do the whole thing. This is my party trick. It's boring, but it's students' unions. So you are responsible in this role for quite a sizable chunk of money. How would you ensure that this is handed out fairly to societies? So Leomi first, and then Eileen.
I feel like we should, with the large chunk of money, we should prioritize on new societies, upcoming ones, or societies that are struggling with funds. If they give out fair reasons as to why they need the money to organize events, and if we think that it could generate future profit or money back in, as in, or help the students' union gain more students to take part in more societies, I definitely think we should focus more on giving funding to these societies.
Okay, thank you. Eileen, how would you ensure that this funding is handed out fairly?
I feel like there is no one correct answer to this question. I feel like there are a few ways to answer it. It would definitely be a case-by-case basis of seeing how much money we have and what societies are currently running. There are the society meetings. I forgot the name, but I know it's...
Society's conference.
Yes, the society conference a couple times a year. I feel like the best way would definitely be a mix of bringing it up at a society conference and asking the opinions of different committees, and also similar to is it the Student Experience Fund? Similar to that, asking societies what they need this money for and how they should best use it, using both of these methods to get a general consensus of how much money each society needs and why they need it. It would definitely be a case of looking at our situation in the moment rather than having a plan ready to go right now.
Great, thank you very much. Again, another question for the both of you. One of the problems that societies at UWE face is membership retention, specifically having members remain between years but also remain active during an academic year. And this is really important for things like the annual general meeting and for committee elections. So how would you support societies in maintaining active engagement? Leomi first, then Eileen. Yeah, sorry.
So that brings me to one of my priorities in my manifesto. I would suggest organizing a big semester and society event. This way, societies get more motivated to engage in their society and showcase something that they're good at. This would improve engagement throughout societies. I would also keep following up on societies to see if they've organized a good amount of events throughout the year. I know a few societies already put out timetables of different events that they've had, they are organizing towards the end of the year. But I would make sure that all societies do so in this case, if possible.
And Eileen, how would you support societies in maintaining active engagement?
This actually relates to the question I was asked earlier. I feel like making sure societies actually host events is one of the biggest ways. A society I recently interacted with was struggling for engagement. They didn't really throw many events and therefore their members weren't really engaged. I feel like the best way would, like I said, if there was a way to ensure societies through at least 1 or 2 events a term, just to ensure they are running and to ensure they are active, would just encourage the active engagement as the year goes on. And like I said, if they are struggling with the events, then there would be, then we would intervene, not in a scary way or a negative way, but just to ensure the well-being of the committee.
Thank you. Before I go on to my next question, I will just say, audience members, please keep the questions coming. You can scan the QR code, or I'm sure if you're on the live stream, there's a link for submitting questions there somewhere. I think we've both briefly touched on ensuring all campuses at UWE receive equal engagement, and that's important. Let's just go down in the specifics for a bit here. What challenges do you think that societies face holding events outside of French A? And how would you address that? Leomi first, then Eileen.
I think one of the challenges they face organizing events outside French A is commuting. Most students to get from French A to Oaklenside to get to Power Ashton, it takes them 2 buses, and that prevents them from actually taking part in events in such campuses. I would, if possible, I would try to promote different methods like sharing a ride with your friends to go to these society events in different campuses, or even help students to make the society events seem more exciting outside of French. That way we can get more participation from students throughout outside of French.
Do you not feel that these are structural issues more than just issues that require students to carpool or just to do more exciting events? Do you not feel that there's a structural problem that prevents students who are mostly concentrated on French accessing the other campuses, as I think you've said yourself?
Define structural.
Structural being the way that the Students' Union operates, the way that the university operates, the way that transport works in the city.
Yes.
Do you not feel that these are the problems and not just carpooling?
I definitely agree with this. If there was a way to get directly to Bauer Ashton from French campus, that would be amazing. But if I know correctly, it's a bit costly for the university to organize transport from French to Bauer Ashton. That's why they're stopping students from, they're stopping buses. They're not allowing buses to go from French to Bauer. This is why I'm suggesting different other methods to move transport.
Okay, thank you very much. Eileen, the same question for you. What challenges do you think that societies have holding events outside of French, and how would you address these issues?
As a society president, I am one of the people who do struggle to hold events outside of French. I do have an event at Bauer coming up. I do try to have events at City Campus. I do need to hold more at Glenside. But one of the reasons I don't is because I am unfamiliar with Glenside. It's scary to go to a campus you haven't been before. I feel like, especially with Glenside, students off of Glenside campus haven't been integrated enough into like the culture. When I have been, I didn't know my way around. It's not, I feel like, as welcoming as the other campuses to people who haven't been there yet. And similar, Bauer is kind of different in the way I mentioned earlier, where I would like to put more, resources for students in the evenings. Like I said, it would be hard to host an event in Bauer in the evening that's like really social, or I guess just in the way that there are no like places to get food, places to get drink at Bauer past like 4 or 5 p.m. There is a vending machine, and sometimes students want more than just a chocolate bar if they're going to be at a long social in the evening, compared to French, where there's plenty of options and it's just so much more welcoming. There's places in the library, it's bigger, but at Bauer there is a sensory room, but it does close at a certain time. I feel like it is just a case of resources. And again, kind of like Leomi said, transport is an issue. I live 2 hours away from Bauer, but I feel like due to the buses, there isn't an immediate solution for that in this current moment, but I would like to look into a potential
And that's time,
solution.
I'm sorry, but thank you very much. I'm just going to double check if we've had any questions from our audience. So, Eileen, in fact, sorry, I'll go to Leomi first. I'm trying to keep to my order and not mess things up. So, Leomi, we've had a question from a society committee member who wants to know how you would increase the profit to then drive this money towards commercial services, and then from commercial services to societies. So how, I guess, would you ensure that societies can access even further funding?
Through the Student Union commercial services.
Yes.
What I thought was maybe the Student Union commercial services charges different prices for the food, the drinks that they provide, where partial profits go to the Student Union, and then partial profits go to these societies.
Okay, thank you very much. And Eileen, your question is next on this. I'm just trying to make the iPad work. There we go. Sorry, technology problems. So with your event quota, we've discussed this, I think, but with a low quota like that, why establish the limit? What would what do you think that the benefit is of having that minimum limit, even if it's just 1 or 2?
The minimum quota would be almost to just remind a committee that they are in fact on a committee. It is super easy to just ignore that you run a society, ignore that it exists. It would just be a way of reminding the committee that you are running this club to get them back into the swing, to kind of see how they feel after running it. If we did a really high quota, it would be really stressful. I feel like a low quota, just to kind of remind people and get them back into a zone where they feel comfortable, where they are engaged with the society and the culture, would just help the committee to get in a comfortable place where they kind of know what they're doing.
Great, thank you very much. So my last question to the both of you. The other part of the name of this role, I think we focus very heavily on societies. The other half is communication, what we're doing right now. And I think it's really interesting to know, what do you think that the Students' Union does well when it communicates with students, and what would you change? So, Leomi first, and then Eileen, yep.
I definitely agree that everyone who works at the Students' Union is super friendly and open to having a chat with you regardless of what it is. But one thing I did not know until I took up for candidacy is that the presidents all have a choice to see which campus they want to work in. And what I'd love to do if I got this position is make sure that I not just focus on staying in Frenchay and talking to students at Frenchay, but talking to students in Glenside campus too, or even Bauer Ashton. I want to make sure that every student feels comfortable talking to me or anyone else in the Students' Union.
Great, thank you very much. Eileen, same question to you. What do you think that we do well in communication, and what would you change?
I feel like the Student Union does well in communication. I feel like something that could change is maybe students don't know where to put any, I guess, like complaints or suggestions if they had them. They don't know who to go to or where to email them to. I feel like maybe there are students who want things to be more accessible for them, for things that they would like better access to, they would just like an outlet for this, that the outlets aren't properly expressed to them. Also, I feel, especially as we keep bringing it up, the city and Glenside campuses maybe aren't told enough about activities that are going around. I know it is at a different campus, but even like events here at Frenchay, I feel like as much as they are advertised online, I feel like there aren't enough flyers or maybe just representative at the other campuses letting them know that these events are going on, that this role, that this election even exists. I didn't know until I was told in a committee meeting.
Right, thank you both very much. It's been a pleasure, and best of luck on your campaigns. I'll now clear the stage as we've got another one of our performances in a moment. Didn't even notice this appear.
Won't be too long, just a few questions. And Are we ready? I'm here with Layla Powell, candidate for VP Community and Welfare. Nice to speak to you.
And you.
So, one of the main questions is when you were asked about the walkways at Bauer, it was sort of misread. So, we are Bauer students here, and the issue is that it's a narrow pathway towards between the bus stop and the uni, rather than it being unsafe. It's more unsafe due to traffic.
Okay.
You said you would speak to the council about this. Is this something that you would raise similarly?
Sorry.
Is it something that you would raise to the council?
Yes.
Similarly to the previous issue.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's important that all students feel like the university is always accessible to them. There should be no boundaries for any student at UE to access their resources and their campuses.
And you spoke about when we were talking about mental health, you spoke about using seminars to encourage students to engage in their mental health activities.
Yes.
How would you encourage them to attend the seminars in the first place?
So for a lot of what I want to do during my potential presidency is I want to encourage a lot of things through social media campaigns, and, online advertising, things like newsletters to get the word out. And I'd also want to utilise things like sports committees, societies, NFIs, all of these wonderful resources with student reps as well, to make sure the message gets out there so that all students are aware that we have these things. And I know I also said seminars, that's part of what I want to do. But I
apologise for the very loud music.
I'd also want to facilitate group discussions because I don't want there to be a top-down approach. It needs to be really collaborative and open.
Yeah. So you need an effort from all students to ensure that the word is spread and that the services are made available.
Yes, I'd want to speak to lecturers and staff and make sure that especially first years, we've got 18-year-olds coming to university, they may not know these things yet, or they may be shy or nervous, all these things. We need to make sure that it's discussed in a way that they will receive it.
And when you're discussing the use of the mental health services, do you think that they need an upgrade itself, or is it adequate enough, it's just not being used enough?
I think it's adequate enough, but I just feel like the message isn't spread enough. I didn't really know about, I thought, the university must have these things, but I didn't know that university had these things. It's so important that everyone is constantly aware. I know we have things like Mental Health Awareness Week, but we can't only focus on mental health during Mental Health Awareness Week. It's crucial that this is a year-long thing.
And finally, do you think it's an issue more of students being a bit nervous to use these resources rather than them not being aware of it? Maybe a fear of having to say, actually, you know what, I need to go and use that help because we know about the stigma surrounding mental health. Is it not a fact that we don't know about these services, but rather we don't want to use them?
I think it's a multifaceted issue. I think there are so many reasons why some students may not feel comfortable accessing wellbeing services. There may be stigmatised reasons for that as well. You can't pinpoint it on one thing, but I think it's really important that we do encourage students, even if they never end up using them, that they know it's there, they know they've got that support.
Yeah. And finally, have you got one final message down the camera for tonight?
Vote Layla for VP Community and Welfare. Your voice, our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions.
Truly, like you're singing at Wembley. You want to have it.
Okay,
Yeah,
is that close enough?
Oh, they are live as well. We're just giving. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm Peter, as per earlier, and I am joined here by VP for Community and Welfare candidate Raleigh. How are you doing?
Sorry?
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm very, very nervous actually. This was my first time public speaking in this context. And honestly, I feel like I don't want to pull off the international person card, but I feel like it was a bit hard for me to elaborate further on some of the questions, possibly because it's not my native language and it's kind of hard for me to not just answer straight, if that makes sense.
I mean, you opened up with a poem, which is
Oh, yeah.
which is impressive.
Well, I'm going to be honest. It was initially written as my personal story, which I had to ask AI to assist me with to create the poem. It's not my creation, but it is my story, which is something that I'm not sure if it was clear enough when I presented it. So basically, when I moved to the UK, it was... I didn't have the best experience, basically. I was living with people who are way older than me. It was COVID times, very hard to socialize, got stuck in a toxic situationship because...
if it could have gone wrong, it did.
Basically, I was seeing that was the only person who was then and there. It might not have been the greatest support, but
Well,
so
on to better things, and from now, just as a note, you mentioned on it, so there was a lot of mention of the pathways of Bauer Ashton, that people were sort of feeling unsafe. As somebody, I'm a student myself who goes to Bauer Ashton.
Yes.
So I think it's more of a worry of sort of traffic, just because there are very, very thin pathways and things like this.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's quite thin pathways, and then that goes straight up to the bus, to the buses. So there used to be like shuttle services that ran up to uni, which were then taken away. Is this, for this particular issue, where are you looking? How are you looking to solve this? Or is there looking for a solve, or is this something that you've just become aware of?
So I've been to Bauer Ashton multiple times actually, and I personally have not noticed this, but obviously it's not like my routine to go there every day, so you would know better than me for sure. But I really support the idea of having like direct Bauer Ashton, Frenchy, Glenside services. Yes, I think this should be a goal that the university should be working towards.
Right then, and is there also...
Not only for this purpose, but also because it just allows students on other campuses to be more interactive with what's happening here.
Also, you've really pushed in your manifesto the idea of like healthy eating after about 4 o'clock and things like this, because... So what are the... Just elaborate on that. So what's the services now, and how do you look to change them, essentially?
So... services now, as they are great until 5 p.m. I would say. I mean, I would say
4:59, amazing. 5 o'clock, oh dear.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I would say it's still a bit expensive at the moment, but I would say that my idea is literally just having a healthy vending machine that's available 24/7, and it could be full of like microwavable rice, pasta, other dishes that will have like longer shelf life, would not expire immediately, and students will be able to get a pack of rice at midnight instead of a pack of crisps, if that makes sense.
I think so those food options are more sort of like snacking and open and things like that. Is that for them food to then take back to their apartments or back to their student living, or is that to have sort of let me get my words out, for them to have openly, as it were?
So I think you could pretty much do whatever you want with it. But in my situation, I know I needed this when I was on campus studying late before deadlines. I couldn't go home. I couldn't cook a meal. I had to live off of packs of crisps at midnight instead of like proper meal.
Instead of something proper that's going to actually get you through.
Yeah.
Right then, and that is all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Right then, so next up we've got, after our next debate, we're going to have hopefully an interview, but currently we are going to have VP for Sports and Health. The three candidates are Anya Brentnell, Mohammed Habib and Ibrahim Mohammed. Those will be coming up in the next 5 minutes. Right then. Oh, we've got our producer Izzy sitting in. Do you mind if I just...
Hello. I currently don't have headphones on, so if I sound awful, I'm sorry.
So we've got our VPs for Sport and Health coming up. So this is looking for sports services on campus. We've got a lot of sports services on campus, actually.
We do. Do you partake? Are you a keen partaker?
I don't partake, but I would say for some reason, I've become quite invested in the UE Bullets NFL team.
Oh,
that we
really?
have. Yes.
I'll tell you what, their social media presence is crazy. I think whoever's their videographer, give them a raise.
Give them a raise.
Because their reels are quality.
They're very good at what they do.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that they're currently the top. I think they're currently the top in the country.
I think they're pretty good.
I'm like 99% sure they're the top in the country because every time they get a win, it's by a hilarious amount. I'm pretty sure
really?
earlier in the year they beat a team by like over 100.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I do not know anything about American football, but I feel like that's a significant margin.
It's at some point around about. I did ask some of the players because A, one lives with me and B, one's on my course.
Oh right, okay.
And I was like at 70 points, you just go, no, I'm going to go home.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
When you're 70-0, like there is no hope of it coming back. You just go, I'm going home.
This ain't worth my time. Yeah, okay. So what are... I'm guessing you might have glanced at their manifestos. If not, I've just put you on the spot. I'm so sorry about that. But
No.
What are they saying? What's going on?
I just have to get my notes out, so give me 2 seconds.
Do it.
So what we are looking...
I mean, while you're looking for that, I'll say I asked you. I'm also... I mean... If you guys didn't know me from anywhere else, I am also on the committee for the Kickboxing and Muay Thai Society. So I think the sports and health kind of sits very close to my heart. I think it's if I wouldn't have had it last year, I think I might have gone a little bit insane. I'll be honest, just because in first year when you've not necessarily got a lot of friends, I think
sports is an easy way to stick people together.
Yeah, for sure.
You're on a team.
Yeah,
Go
exactly.
Team.
Someone to do something with.
Right, first up we've got... So Anya, I had a quick look through her manifesto. She has 5 points. They all seem to be running off 5 points to run through.
Awesome.
Opportunities for all students. She wants to push forward sports reps and the UE Olympics.
Wow.
Multi-sport event bringing students together for fun, community and friendly competition.
I do like a good pun. I do like a good play on words.
And I think this one is absolute. I think she's absolutely. I think she likes it as well.
Yeah.
Good old UE Olympics. Student-led sports media crew.
Okay.
Promoting student engagement and recognition. I think that's personally. As somebody who is basically a media student.
Yeah.
I think that's something that can really work.
Well, I think it's kind of, I mean, not just, it wouldn't just benefit the sport and health and all of that kind of thing. I think it would also just tie societies together a little bit more, which I feel like is, I mean, personally, I think it's what a lot of the societies need is kind of a little bit more interdependent work. So that would be pretty awesome, I think.
Then we've got her, she's then pushing for championing inclusivity, mental health and well-being. Imagine I could speak.
It's getting to that point in the night. It's all good, guys.
Sustainability in sport. Ibrahim Mohammed is also running on 5 points. Enhancing sport accessibility and participation.
Okay.
Lowering the costs of sports memberships is his key point that he wants to run on.
That is very interesting.
We've heard cost of living has come up in every debate so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very relevant topic, and I'm very glad, actually, that they have all mentioned it, because it does show that they are connected and they are obviously student voices, which is awesome. You know, the last thing you want is a rep who's disconnected from the student populace.
Student situation, certainly.
However, I hate to be the voice of a little controversy, but having been on a committee, I know like the ins and outs of what goes into a sports membership and what doesn't. And I think, especially amongst the bigger clubs, obviously I don't speak for any of them, but I'm thinking men's rugby, men's and women's football, things like that, stuff that is we're competing in Bucks level.
Yeah.
I think that would definitely be a point of contention, just because obviously I think having something blanket like that, obviously... Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to...
Some sports are just going to be expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, my brother's into archery, and every time he talks about buying a piece of kit, it's in the hundreds and, hundreds of pounds and things like that.
And especially, I think, if you're considering things like rowing, where they've got to transport a lot of their own kit to regattas, that will cost. So, yeah, that will be interesting to see if they talk about that.
His second point, he does increase participation in competition and social sports by promoting inclusivity for students of all sports levels.
I think that's a really important point. I think a lot of the time, whether it's by their own thinking or, by certain pressures or society. I feel like some students feel like they can't when they wouldn't necessarily. That's not necessary. You know, that it is accessible to everyone. So I feel like definitely promoting that and making sure that it is accessible. You know, people want to start without feeling intimidated or something like that. I feel like it's definitely a good point.
The other 4 points that he runs on: mental health and well-being through sports, better facilities and funding.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
So ensure equal funding for all sports teams and clubs. That's going to be an interesting one that might come up for debate.
Yeah.
Strengthening student voices in sports, and he puts host regular, and I quote, goating, go out and talk, sessions to gather feedback and ideas directly from students.
Okay.
So it's a feedback session essentially,
Yeah.
but it's got a fun name.
It does.
Yeah.
I would love a goat.
Of all the animals, of all of God's creatures, I too would love a goat.
I think I would love a goat. Yeah, I think it's very interesting, especially when you look at the profiles of them. Anya herself has got quite a lot of sporting background, I think. Ibrahim Mohammed doesn't have any listed, I believe, but I'm pretty sure Anya was the ex-captain of the volleyball team. Am I getting that right?
I don't know off the top of my head.
No? Well, I think I read it in the manifesto that we've been given, so that is interesting. I always think it is very interesting.
We have so much paperwork.
Yeah, I wish you guys could see. You probably did see when we were doing the interviews with the previous candidates. The tables that we're operating off are cables and paper.
Cables, tables, and paper.
Pretty much.
Now, Mohammed Habib,
Yeah.
our third and final.
Okay.
Top of his list, advocating for health and sports awareness.
Okay.
I have actively promoted physical and mental well-being, emphasising the importance of health and healthy and active lifestyle. So not pushing any specific point, but just saying he's basically just going, no, I'm going to be doing the whole thing.
Okay.
Whole
wow.
kit and caboodle.
Wow. Okay, so is that kind of ambitious, or do you reckon it's maybe a little bit too much of a blanket statement?
I think when it comes for sports, and we are this is a university that has a lot of sports engagement to it. I think being blanket actually kind of works.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to pull more people into your sports facilities, because the more people that are doing sport, the more people that are paying for the sports facilities, the better they're going to get at some sort of basic level, in theory. I think just being blanket and saying, no, I want to bring everybody in. You know, I don't want it to be kind of, I don't want to be like, we're going to be the best in the country. I think that is a very good way of running that.
Yeah. I think as well, you know, I mentioned earlier, like the kind of almost appealing to those who don't necessarily, you know, have not played rugby since they were a kid, or don't go to the gym regularly because they've never found.
I'll hold my hand up to that. I've not played rugby.
I was not supposed to call anyone out.
I've not played rugby since I was a kid.
There you go. But yeah, I really do agree with him. I think especially in a uni situation when potentially you've moved away for the first time and you're figuring out living by yourself and you're figuring out a routine, trying to find the time and the right environment to do physical exercise, which is, you know, a pretty essential part of your day-to-day life, it's quite difficult. So yeah, I would say blanket in this case.
I think blanket does work
Yeah.
here. When he goes for the manifesto,
Yeah.
I realised that was just what he put a whole bunch of points up top, and then manifesto,
Oh, right.
enhancing sports facilities and participation.
Okay.
So, ensuring sports facilities are accessible to all students, including those with disabilities.
Okay.
Whilst not his top point, that was the one I highlighted as being quite interesting.
Yeah.
Promoting physical and mental well-being, increasing support for student athletes, sorry. Oh, I think we're going.
Yeah, we will hand you over to the live debate.
Are very capable.
Hello, Anya. So this is already a two-horse race, it's worth pointing out, since some of the manifestos have been written. This has become a two-horse race. Unfortunately, it's just you and me tonight, but hey, that's not a problem. We're going to go through the questions. You've been given an opportunity to prepare your answer to the opening question, so I'm going to read that out for you now and we'll get going. How have you been involved in engaging in sports and health at UE, and what's the first thing that you would do that would support all sports clubs? That one might be off. There we go. That one's...
Hello? Oh,
there we go.
There we go. So I've been actively involved in sports at UE for nearly 6 years as a committed member of UE's volleyball club, and for the past 2 years on the committee as the trips officer. This involvement has given me first-hand experience of the benefits and the challenges of student sport. Over the years, I've engaged in weekly training sessions, bucks matches, and organised huge international volleyball trips to encourage engagement. Beyond my own participation, I've seen how sport plays an important role in student well-being through building confidence, managing stress, and creating a sense of belonging. I've engaged with UE's move sessions, such as beach volleyball and outdoor tennis, though I'm not very good at racket sports. I'm also familiar with student-led sports rehabilitation clinic and have interacted with this service for my own injuries. The first thing I would do to support all sports clubs is to establish sports reps. This would act as a direct link between club committees and the Students' Union to make sure every club, bucks, non-bucks, individual, team, performance, gets the representation and support they deserve. This initiative would have an immediate impact, ensuring that every club, regardless of size, has a dedicated voice in decision-making. By strengthening communication, sports reps would help to identify issues or concerns, making the student sport experience at UE more effective and supportive. Introducing sports reps first would lay the foundation for the rest of my manifesto. For example, better communication would ensure inclusivity initiatives like support for neurodivergent athletes are effectively implemented. This structure empowers students to shape the sporting environment at UE, creating a more connected community and ensuring lasting improvements beyond my time in this role.
Great, thank you very much. Got some fans in the audience there. So, if Habib were here, I would be asking him, Habib is the incumbent, and a lot of his manifesto is the same as last year. There's a lot of content on health, a little bit on performance sports, but nothing on competitive club sports. So I would like to know why the repetition and what he offers sports clubs. Anya, I've got the opposite question for you actually. Your manifesto is mostly focused on sports and sports clubs, less so on the sort of general health aspect of the role. So what would you do specifically for improving students' health at UE?
So on my manifesto, I talk about sports nutrition, and I think that it's really important to ensure that you're fueling your body with good food and staying on top of health and well-being in terms of nutrition. I would love to create a series of affordable meals and be able to showcase them across social media and platforms like that to encourage students to eat well while they're training and playing and competing. I think it's really important to not stress about what the nutrition that you're getting into your body. We've all got lots going on, like our studies, competitions. It's really intense. So taking away the thought process behind having nutritious meals, I think is a really important thing. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. So if Habib were here, his manifesto calls for access to professional counselling for students. And this is something that students can access, including mental health nurses as well, through UE's Wellbeing Service. So I'd like to know what he'd change about wellbeing and how he'd fund these changes at a time when, hate to repeat myself, but the university is making £35 million worth of cuts. Anya, I'm going to go ahead and ask you the same question, really. What was your understanding of UE's Wellbeing Service? What would you change, and do you think that there's scope to make changes with the current funding situation?
Can you just repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sure. No. What's your understanding of UE's Wellbeing Service? How would you what changes would you like to see, and how would you fund those?
So, in terms of the Wellbeing Service, I've personally only really heard through the university rather than the Students' Union. However, I think with sport, there's a lot of stress on performance pressure and balancing academics with sport and life in general. I think it would be really important for maybe with the introduction of sports reps, to really promote wellbeing services across each sports clubs individually. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So again, I think we've kind of hinted at this already, but your manifesto takes a bit of a different approach to mental health. And you've talked about introducing safe spaces and workshops to help students. So do you think that you can connect this work to the existing services at UE? And what's the rationale, really? Explain to us what the purpose of those workshops and safe spaces would be.
So absolutely, can definitely collaborate with the mental health wellbeing services on campus. I think they provide a really great opportunity for students to talk through, university struggles, but as well as things that may be going on outside. As a student athlete myself, I've really struggled with balancing academia with sports and life and working and all of the above, loads of things.
Absolutely.
So offering safe spaces for students who maybe feel the same way as I do, and I know there are plenty of them, an opportunity to talk with each other, maybe converse with how they cope, how they manage their stresses, and bringing in professionals who might be able to support, such as from the wellbeing services, and help students to talk through their things and then find a solution to how they can support themselves or support each other to make sure that they're not sacrificing their studies for sport. I know that's really important. It's a really hard thing to juggle.
Absolutely, thank you. And just to say, I can really relate to a lot of that. I can really understand the pressures of balancing everything at university life, so thank you for acknowledging that. I've got a couple of audience questions for you, but before we go to that, I'm going to set the scene a little bit. What is your understanding of BUCS, and what do you anticipate to be some of the key challenges that BUCS would face in the academic year, particularly in terms of student participation?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Can you repeat the question?
I'm going to turn myself here so I'm talking to you and also the microphone on my shoulder. So what is your understanding of BUCS, and what do you think that the key challenges are that are facing BUCS this year, particularly in terms of student engagement?
So my understanding of BUCS is that it's a massive operation each week. With my relationships with the SU Opportunities team, I get to see the operations of this, and it is a big operation. Each Wednesday, each weekend, there's lots of fixtures going out. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
What do you think the key challenges are in that, and particularly with the focus of student engagement with these things?
So I think BUCS has a little bit of a stigma around it, that it's only for students who perform at a good level. So I know that there's lots of first teams, second teams. It's quite, you've got a status around it, and I think it can have a little bit of a stigma around it. But there's the opportunity for a lot of sports clubs to create development squads and really push and drive for BUCS performance, and just encourage students to take part and compete. I think it's a really good skill as well to be able to manage your time and take a whole day out of studies to go and compete and represent your university. It's a really great aspect of university life.
I have to say, as someone who's never really engaged with sport at uni, it does sound really exciting. And, personally, I found it's a challenge to manage my time in that sense, and I know that some clubs, I'm pretty sure volleyball is one of them, have quite early training or sort of general practice sessions. And I, like some students, have very poor sleep hygiene. So what do you think it's possible to do to help more students like me who would be a little bit more nervous about their ability and a little bit more not necessarily available in those normal time slots to engage with sport while at uni?
So, yeah, it's really challenging. A lot of, we don't have the largest of facilities at UE, and I appreciate that it's really difficult to ensure that every sports club gets enough court time and things like that. I think it's really important to work closely with Centre for Sport and the students of sports clubs to ensure that, they get the training times that they like and what's their preferred slots, essentially. But there is something I'd like to touch on, which is the UE Olympics, which I've mentioned in my manifesto. And I think this is another opportunity for students to be able to be involved in like a big event without the pressure. So without the pressure of rocking up to trainings, without the pressure of bucks, and just to be able to try different kinds of sports in a more informal setting. So I know that doesn't directly answer the training aspect, but perhaps, yeah.
No, absolutely, thank you. I think that's a really good answer. I do have a couple of audience questions for you. Part of the reason I set the scene with bucks before is because one of these questions is, let me get the exact wording up to make sure that I'm going to ask the question properly. So, in particular, when we're talking about bucks, how do you plan to support trans students and student athletes in particular participating both in bucks but also in social sports at UE?
So, in terms of communities like LGBTQ+ and cultural or NFIs, I would love to run some sports campaigns to promote inclusion in sport. And in terms of bucks, sorry, can you just repeat that question?
Yeah, how would you support students, like trans students, to engage in bucks, and what do you think you could do to sort of shape the policy discussion at a national level of like how bucks enables trans students to compete?
So I think that's definitely a big topic, and it's definitely something to bring to the table in those kind of discussions. I think that's something that I'd have to, consider a bit more deeply before I, get my words out now, kind of thing.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much. So let's bring back the iPad. Other candidates have mentioned increasing the price of SU products, likely including the food that we serve here. What would you do to ensure that the SU is one of the places that students can get good quality, relatively cheap food on campus, and how would you protect that when we have lots of financial constraints that I won't stop banging on about?
Sorry, can you rephrase that, please? Thank you.
So when other candidates in this election have talked about increasing the price of SU products to fund various things,
what kind of
like the food sold at the bar or in our shop. So with that in mind, what would you do to ensure that the SU is a place that you can get good quality, relatively cheap food?
I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer that question.
I guess it's a question of, we've acknowledged that we're in a we're in a financially difficult situation as an organisation. What do you think that we can do to make sure that students can still get cheap food and that we've got healthy food? Because I think, as you've touched on yourself, that it's that sports nutrition that's not just beneficial to athletes, but also to all students at UE. Like, how do you think we can make sure that there's more nutritious, more healthy, and more cheap food at UE?
That's a great question. So already on campus, there is the fruit and veg stall, which offers a really cheap fruit and veg pound a bowl. We also have a really good value smoothie stand on store. I think it's, again, in terms of funding and I think it's just something that needs to be considered later down the line.
Fair enough, thank you. I've got another one from the audience here as well, if the technology will cooperate with me. It's not cooperating, it's not letting me scroll. How would you encourage more of the amateur non-competitive teams, like recreational sports, being important and useful to relieve stress? Did you get it? No, it's okay. Yeah, how would you encourage more amateur, like non-competitive teams and like recognising the importance of sport, basically?
So I know that a lot of sports clubs already have a social membership, and speaking from volleyball, just as that's where my experiences lie, it's a really, really big part of our club, and I think going by the experiences of volleyball, we really push and promote for these sessions and actually make it probably one of the priorities to encourage students to participate and give it a go, essentially. Like, even though we have give it a go sessions earlier on in the year, the social opportunities and trainings offer that platform. But I think working alongside sports clubs and hearing, you know, how, like, working alongside sports clubs and understanding the functions of theirs, I think it would be really good to get feedback to promote all sports to be able to do something like that. Yeah.
Great. Anya, thank you so much for taking the time to come and talk to us, and best of luck in your campaign.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
That was
Anya Brentnell.
the very popular, as it sounded, Anya Brentnell.
Mm.
And I think with some quite difficult questions that may have perhaps been out of her remit there, but she did very well to answer those questions which she could. Holly, did you happen to listen to what she had to say?
Yeah, I caught a bit of it. I thought she was very well spoken. And she had a great focus on inclusivity. I like that she wants to run different campaigns to ensure that, so that's great.
And she was asked quite a lot about sort of how she will influence. This is crazy.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted by the music.
Some really
It's
insightful
really fast.
conversation here, and
really deep and meaningful conversation, and
I
there's
just
some
want to
crazy
apologise
DJing going on
to
right
Anya
now,
there because
which is so good.
But I've actually lost my train of thought there.
It's hard. It's one of those. It's great. Like, we can talk about the music if you want.
It's not my kind of music, I have to say.
It's not Toby's.
It's not. I wouldn't. Hang on, are we on cam now? I'm very unhappy about being on camera right now. But as you can probably see from my face, I'm quite surprised as to what I'm hearing when I was doing such brilliant commentary and analysis of what we just heard from Anya during her solo question time. I feel like we needed a bit more. We need someone to kick back on her.
You know, when we started this, Toby was really excited because he was like, "Oh mate, it's all going to kick off and everyone's going to fight and it's going to." It really didn't give that.
I mean, we've turned up, but
yeah.
none of the bloody candidates have.
I know, like lots of absent candidates today. Like, what the heck? I
Yeah.
mean, they might have different circumstances, so we can't blame. You know,
No, we can't. No, and I apologise for that.
if there is, you know, Toby might be really insensitive here, but
I've just had some chips with barbecue sauce and chicken and cheese on them.
I had
need
some
it.
hummus and
Boring.
pita bread.
Boring hummus and pita bread. But look, I'm looking at the sheet I've got in front of me.
The falafels at the UESU are actually really good. I was quite surprised.
Brilliant, thanks for that.
It's
I'm
hard
looking
to
at
know.
the sheet I've got in front of me. Loser. And Anya has got her CV is significantly larger than everyone else's, right? And there was 3 people who were meant to turn up for that sports and health debate, but she was the only one. And without endorsing, I think that if we're looking at CVs, she's done a very good job at amounting sports experience, and then she's putting that experience into what she wants the sports scene at UE to look like. And like I said earlier, she was given some very difficult questions which were potentially outside of her remit and answered accordingly.
I really like her idea for workshops and like safe space training.
Yeah.
I think that's really important because I do feel like, I mean, anyone can, not anyone, but there's not like a specific qualification of inclusivity that people have when they take these vice president and president roles, and etc. So it's good that I think that should be implemented in kind of any society at all. I think any president or vice president should do some sort of inclusive workshop.
Oh, for sure.
Because
especially with sport, because anyone can join a sports club, but we all know that there's definitely a cliquey business within sports clubs at university.
It kind of sounds like we're in the middle of a club and we've started a podcast, which sounds like quite a fun idea, actually.
Yeah. Well, if you want to help us make that dream come true,
then endorse Hub Radio.
If you're going to endorse anything tonight, endorse Hub Radio, because to be honest, they give us a platform to talk to and play music on, don't they, Holly?
They are. I'm not just saying this but I do think they are such a brilliant society because they do give everyone from the bottom up and top down different opportunities, and there's
you don't need to know how to do radio.
There's no disparity in the committee and the like classic members, which I feel like I've found in other societies I've joined a long time ago, that there has been a bit of a separation between the committee and the members. But
I had my prime time show. I had my prime time show on Radio 2, and they still just let me just wander in and do whatever I want. So like you can come from the dizzy heights of radio stardom.
You had a show on Radio 2.
Yeah, about a couple of decades ago, and but they still let me come onto Hub Radio and play some music and talk some waffle, despite my star-studded CV.
So when you were 0, you had a show on Radio 2?
When I was about 18 months old, I got my first slot on Radio 2, and
right.
they just
Were
really
you the baby
really
from the
took
Teletubbies?
I'd rather not disclose that information. Also, when was the baby
right.
from Teletubbies on Radio 2?
Well, he was in the mix of the BBC, I guess, at that age. So, speaking of breaking news and babies and things, Peppa Pig's mum is pregnant.
I saw that earlier. Peppa Pig's mum is pregnant. Good
Due
on her.
in
Congratulations
summer.
to Mummy Pig.
Congratulations to Mummy Pig, and I do think she deserves it. She's had a really tough time. She's got
did.
2 really bratty children, and she's just been
I
dealing with them.
I don't think that they were
I hope the
necessarily
next
bratty,
one's
but it was just the terrible twos, I think.
Oh, the terrible twos, yeah.
And to be honest,
my
George,
mum went through that,
George
and then she had
didn't
me.
say anything. He just said pig and stuff like that. George barely said anything. He just cried every now and then. So
He
cut
needs to
him
get a
some
voice.
slack. But yeah, congratulations to the Pig family who live on top of an unusually large hill.
Yes.
And I hope everyone else, like Mrs. Rabbit and Mr. Rabbit and Grandpa Rabbit, I hope they're all alright.
Hedgehog Diva.
Yeah, big up. Anyway,
Mrs. Antelope.
back to reality. Holly, fancy returning to life. Back to reality. Back to the SU presidency.
Hey.
That was good from me.
That was good.
If you
And hit
need
the note.
any songs covered.
And you hit that note. Hey.
That'll be the professional singing lessons I got coming through there.
Oh, really?
No, I never had any of those.
If
did
that
you?
was professional.
Did you not see me on X Factor? Apparently there's a bit of a delay on like the live feed, so our producer's just now laughing at our singing. I think that's quite rude. Holly, thoughts? Yeah. I'm not doing any. I'm not rapping or beatboxing. It's not happening.
Do you want to rap, Peter?
Can I rap? Guess.
Yes, you sure can.
You guess. Hey.
Peter,
No,
I'll
I
give you a word
unfortunately
and you have to
cannot rap.
rhyme and rap it, alright? To this beat.
This beat is way too fast. This would just in general, this beat is so it's rumping. I'm going to be honest. I want more PMQs to have what they call when they're at home.
An interlude.
DJ sets in them.
Could you?
I'm
could
having
you,
a good time. I'm liking this DJ set.
Could you cut shapes to this? Is this the right BPM for you guys?
Oh hell yeah! You could
Yeah.
cut like 1,000 shapes a second.
Yeah.
You could crump to this. You're crumping. You could crump to this.
Crump like a crumpet.
Yep.
And when you watch the visuals in front of us with it, it really.
And I know you're seeing the visuals, maybe.
Oh, I think they might be slightly cut out actually.
Oh, that's a shame.
What a shame.
But remember
well,
to give
when
this.
one of our
no,
producers
no,
comes back, we'll
guys,
try and get them to show you because they're.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
you don't want to miss out on these.
Remember to give this stream a like. Give it a like.
Like and follow.
Like and subscribe.
And don't forget to tune into It's Got to Be Good on Monday, 5 to 7, Hub Radio. Check my story, Holly Farmer with an extra R on Instagram.
Toby and Peter's radio show, 7 till 9 on a Tuesday evening.
And Peter's going to plug his show.
My show is the Hungover Lovers Club. Ooh. It's very different to this kind of music. It's 10 till 12 on a Sunday morning.
On a Sunday morning when you're hungover with your lover.
Well, there's a Queen song called Lazing on a Sunday Afternoon.
Or there's Sunday Morning by Maroon
Yeah.
5. That's the other one.
Or there's All in the Golden Afternoon from Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. Is there a song by Velvet Underground called Sunday Morning, or is that Monday Morning? Sunday Morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's Sunday morning.
There's
It's
Misty
Sunday,
Morning Blue.
I'm in love.
Blue day, misty morning, the light is dawning. Yeah. Can you think of any songs with the word morning in?
No, I was going for Sunday.
Oh, I was going for morning.
Well, if you could do
Sunday.
either of those.
Sunday.
Yeah.
But the Sundays.
Sunday Girl by Blondie.
Oh. Sunday girl, hurry up.
What?
What? Anya Brent, is she up for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I made notes.
I'll give you time in a minute.
Yeah.
Did you?
Anya Brent.
Yeah, just very quick. Rumour has it that Anya Brent might.
Might as well get it done. Oh, I don't mind. I didn't.
Welcome back after the break, everybody. Thank you so much for that DJ set there. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage our candidates for President of the Students' Union at UE. The President is as important a job as any of the other Vice Presidents. The main difference here is that you're not in charge of the team, but you're there to help lead them, to help set the policy direction going forward. It's a really important role, and that's why it's going to have a little bit longer than some of the others. Please welcome to the stage your candidates for President of the Students' Union at UE. Hello, everybody.
Thanks, mate.
Give you a second to all settle down into your seats and get comfortable. Just check, Fires, can you hear me at the far end?
All right, yeah.
Okay, good. Right, you've all had your opening questions in advance, so I'm just going to move my table to minimise the feedback. So you've all had your opening questions in advance, and as may have mentioned, I've shuffled the order that you'll speak in, so that Fayaz is up first, then Tariq, and then Ayan. So, first of all, Fayaz, what qualities would make an effective leader at the Students' Union at UE? If the microphone works. That one works. There we go.
Hello. Am I audible? All right, thank you.
Cool. 2 minutes, take it away.
Leadership isn't about waiting for change. It's about making it happen. It's about having the courage to stand up. The determination.
Fixing the audio. Just we'll give it a second and you can start again. Is he good? Yeah, he's good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Start again.
Leadership isn't about waiting for change. It's about making it happen. It's about having the courage to stand up, the determination to fight for what's right, and the drive to turn words into actions. Right now, we need a leader who will listen, who will act, and who will deliver real results for every student. That's why I'm here today, because I believe we can do better, and together we will. A great leader needs strong communication, skills to listen, to understand, and to speak up for what matters. But leadership isn't just about talking. It's about empathy, truly caring about the challenges students face and working to make things better. Things don't always go as planned, and that's why a leader must know how to think on their feet, making quick but smart decisions when problems arise. But no one can do it alone. Teamwork is key. A leader brings people together, values everyone's ideas, and works towards a common goal. Most importantly, leadership requires passion, a real drive to create positive change and responsibility, because students trust us to represent them, support them, and fight for their needs. At the end of the day, this isn't just about me. It's about all of us. It's about making sure every student is heard, supported, empowered, and represented. I'm ready to put up in the work, to stand up for you, and to push for real change. But I can't do it alone, so let's come together. Let's make our voice heard, louder, and let's build a students' union that truly works for everyone. The future is in our hands, and let's make it happen.
And
Thank
that's
you.
time. Thank you, Fayaz. Tariq, you're up next. What qualities would make an effective leader of the Students' Union at UE?
So the qualities that I would have an effective leader, first you having emotional intelligence. When you're having conversation with students, you also have to listen from their point of view, understand their perspectives, and then from there you'll be able to come across a solution for them to actually have a successful life at UE. And secondly, leadership. Leadership is not about looking at students and asking them to do the job. However, it's about leading them to a path of success. Thirdly, I would like to talk about interpersonal relationship. Talking to students, building relationship with them, and making them understand that you also have situations to deal with, and being realistic with them in order for the chances of success to be heightened. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Ayan, what would you do? What qualities do you think would make an effective leader at the Students' Union at UE?
Hello everyone. What is an effective leadership? An effective leadership at the Students' Union must be approachable, accountable, and action-driven. They need to have strong communication skills, but at the same time, they should have active listening. Now, they have to have the skills to engage with diverse student voices, resilience and inclusivity, and commitment to delivering tangible change are the key.
Can we get the mic closer, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Now, as I said, that they should be active listener, but at the same time, they should make informed decision. And the main important thing that makes a great leader is empathy and respect. Meaning, be a voice for every student, no matter what background is, no matter what identity is. Yeah, and the most important thing is evaluating their own decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, candidates, in my view, as someone who's been heavily involved in the SU, in NUS and national politics over the last few years, there is a really strong link between the national political issues that are taking place in this country and students' lives. And so I'd like to know from you what you think the current hot-button political issue is that affects UE students. Fayaz, you're up first.
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Yeah. So what do you think the current hot-button political issue is that most affects UE students?
Uni students?
UE.
UE students, okay. Since last 3 years or 4 years, or since COVID or pre-COVID, the major issue is the cost of living. How everything has gone up. I came to Bristol in 2021 when the average rent in Bristol was something between 350 to 450 pounds. Now, average rent is 650 to 750. It's doubled. Not just about accommodation. Look at the bus transportation. When I came in 2021, a day pass was 3.15 pound. Today, it is 5.90, nearly doubled again in 3 years. This is basically looting students, and not everyone is rich. 70 to 80% of students is working class. They can't afford it. Let's take an international student as an example. Monthly, they work 80 hours, 20 hours a week. At the max, they're going to earn £1,000. Their rent is 650. The bus transportation, everything costs something around 200. 100, 150 and stuff like that. The groceries, 200, everything calculates up to 1,000. Whereas they don't even have a single savings just to go out once in a month with their friends to have fun, have some kind of enjoyment. I personally know students who are skipping meals. Just because they can't afford it. They can't, because they're skipping lectures because they can't afford a bus ticket. So I think all accommodation, bus tickets, transport, all, especially UE students, how bad the first bus is, these are the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Tariq, same question to you. What do you think the current hot-button political issue is that most affects UE students?
Yeah, I would say innovation, research and development will actually be something effective for students at UE. For example, me, who have the background in research and development, I'm a student project developer who is actually working on the future use of Team Entrepreneurship Hub. That will actually be good for students based on freelancing, starting businesses, and expanding networking. And also trying to introduce an AI-driven chatbot for international students based on immigration services. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ayan, same question again. What do you think the current hot-button political issue is that most affects UE students?
I'd like to add what Fayaz said earlier, cost of living crisis, of course. The important issue is accommodation. Getting an accommodation is a real challenge right now, especially for every student. The moment they start finding, it takes months to secure an accommodation. So yeah, that's one of the things. Another thing is diversity. Still, no matter how much people say that staff are still, there are not many diversity in the staff as well. That's something that it needs to be improved, that there should be diversity in staff, and the staff should be diverse as well.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to some more specific questions now. Fayaz, your manifesto calls for more affordable accommodation instead of luxury, and you're referring to Purdown View, which is a newly built accommodation on Frenchay campus. These flats are lovely and incredibly sustainable, but also incredibly expensive at a minimum of £7,800 per year. Now, the Vice-Chancellor once told me that the university is not a social housing provider. With this in mind, with this sort of attitude, how are you going to persuade university leaders to lower the rent?
That's a good question. Thank you. So, this is an idea that I had last year after I came from Latvia and Estonia with a trip with the other student union leaders. Over there, just like back in US, how multiple, there's like kind of, dormitory stuff, how dormitories and everything work back there. I don't know why we don't have university dormitories, at least 2 people sharing a flat. For example, if a flat is £1,000 and the university is building new accommodations in next 3-4 years, yes, the university is building accommodations. So when they build accommodations, why can't they build a flat a bit more bigger where 2 people stay, and when they share, it is £1,000 and 500 each. It's much cheaper and much affordable for students. Yes, sustainable, yes, per down is the best accommodation ever, yes. But then, who is living there? Can working class, which is 70 to 80% of students in UE, can they afford that? Or can all international students, UE is guaranteeing accommodation to all the new students from September 2025. So, is it that they're giving accommodation as Walls Code, which is £650-700 a month, student village £700-800 a month, per down $900 to $1,300 a month. Who's going to pay for that? How is affordable? So we need, yes, as you said, sustainable, yes, but the new accommodation university is going to build, keeping sustainable in mind, but then affordability should be the major basis for that.
Great. Thank you very much, Fayaz. Ayan. It's Tariq next. I do know my order, I promise. Tariq, you want to improve sustainability at UE, including through more sustainable transport. Transport is an area of policy outside of control of the SU and indeed the university, with the responsibility for this split between WECA, the West of England Combined Authority, and the local councils. So how will you deliver on this pledge to introduce sustainable transport?
Right, there are a lot of students at UE who are not aware about sustainability. So if I was elected as the president, I would emphasize and organize practical workshop on environmental justice and sustainable living. Enhancing collaboration with local friendly businesses and organizations to ensure sustainability. And also expanding the green team to make sure that students get job opportunity towards that road, towards that path, in order for them to understand more on sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go back to the questions. If Assad were here, his manifesto talks proudly of his extensive experience helping students achieve their goals. And I would be asking him what he's achieved in his time at UE and his involvement with the SU. So, Ayan, your manifesto is focused on your policies, and that's fantastic, but it doesn't tell us a great deal about you. So tell us about your experience. What experience do you have that makes you believe that you are the right person to lead the Students' Union at UE?
Thank you very much. So what makes me suitable for this role is, first of all my background, basically. What I did for the university so far. I'm a race and equity advocate for the widening participation, supporting equity and inclusivity on campus. Not just that, I've been a lead school rep for the School of Applied Sciences. I've been actively in social media, so I'm not sure if you guys have seen me in social media or not, but promoting university, promoting the academics, promoting sports. I'm also in the welfare committee, so that we have to support the students to enhance the mental health support. So in terms of what makes me a great president is that I'm a man of my word. So go ask anyone who has seen my work. What I have said, I have done it. And there's no one who could ever say that I have not done what I have said. So that's what makes me suitable for this role and for a good president.
Thank you, Ayan. Fayaz, both you and Assad mentioned the National Union of Students in your manifestos. NUS represents students on a national level, but its recent reforms have made the organisation far less democratic. UE can now only send 2 delegates to NUS conference, when we previously were able to send 12, based on the number of students that we have. Yet, despite this change, we still pay the National Union of Students £40,000 a year to affiliate, which just so happens to be half of what I said earlier, the rough cost of providing subsidised food was. So with that in mind, do you think that our NUS affiliation is good for UE, and what do we get out of it?
Our relation with NUS?
Yes.
Okay. So I've been to multiple NUS conferences representing SU and UE. I've been, as a previous Vice President Community and Welfare, I've been actively engaged with NUS in different campaigns they were running. Let it be about housing reforms or housing renting bills or elections and everything else. I personally believe that yes, there can be, previously for couple of years, there have been plenty of issues with NUS, within the NUS itself. But our relationship, we still should continue our relationship with NUS, as there are challenges that yes, UE faces, university UE students faces, but there are challenges that students faces at national level. And I believe that our collaboration, our partnership with NUS will help us to lobby MPs, lobby political parties, lobby everyone else, or working with them is beneficial for our university students on a larger scale.
Thank you. Tariq, same question to you. Do you think that our affiliation to NUS is good for UE, and what do we get out of it?
What we get out of NUS is that a lot of students actually come to that organization, not just from UE, but students from across the UK. So such event is actually good for students, all students of the UK, to come together and actually think about the problem that we have in a student in order to find a solution. I think having a strong relationship with NUS is good for UE.
Great, thank you. Ayan, same question again. Do you think that our NUS affiliation is good for UE, and what do we get out of it?
To be honest, yes. But then, of course, the main thing is feedbacks. So we always need some feedbacks from the NUS and everything, surveys and those things, and that helps the university, not just the students, but also staff, knowing what students want and what they want to be represented for.
Thank you very much. So, Fayaz, transport is really important to students, and we've touched on it briefly in many of our discussions tonight. You were previously VP Community and Welfare here, and you worked on transport during your time in office, as have your successors. But there has been little progress made in improving transport for students in Bristol. How will you deliver on your pledge to make transport more affordable?
Okay, so that's a question I actually wanted you to ask and wanted to speak here as well. When we always speak about the bus prices, bus tickets, how expensive it is, and whenever we have a conversation with the university say, First Bus is a private company, right? Yeah, okay. But let's look at just a city away, Manchester. Let's look at Leeds. What has Student Union over there done to make or to ensure that tickets are affordable, or that the buses are always there for students? Bristol is a university city, a student city, if I'm not wrong. So, there are two universities, University of Bristol and UE. That means there's two student unions. When there are two universities, two student unions, we are 90,000 students in Bristol. And if we can't lobby, if we can't push our university, if we can't push our student union to lobby the student council, to City Council, WECA, West of England Combined Authority, to push the First Bus, to have much affordable tickets. Look at the bus stop. It's always full. It's always packed. And the First Bus gives as response to us, to the student union, to the university, is that, oh, students don't use the buses. Don't they see that how packed the M1, M3, M4, 70 is in the morning? 70, all these buses are packed with students. And what they say is that students don't use buses, so we can't make the buses cheaper. We have to fight for it. And I believe, as student union, if we work along with the University of Bristol Student Union, as always we have, and the WECA, and the First City Council, everyone, we can make it happen. I believe even Bath, they are doing it together, Bath and Bath Spa. So all of us together, we can achieve the goal.
Thank you. Tariq, we've spoken earlier tonight about the cost of living crisis that students face and the university's financial situation. In your manifesto, you have said you want to deliver food subsidies and increased financial aid. When UE is making such massive cuts, and previous food subsidies cost us $80,000 a year. How will you deliver these food subsidies and increased financial aid?
Yeah, so the way I'm going to introduce that is by creating a community ladder fund, by having micro grants for small projects such as sustainability in cultural events or in mental health campaign, and also empowering local leadership to make sure that you set student-led committees to oversee the organization of the community ladder fund, and also making sure that it's transparent and inclusive, so that the student committee can actually oversee the allocation of the funds. And lastly, those solutions can actually lead to the food subsidy and also increase the financial aid.
Great, thank you. If Assad were here, we would be asking him. He has pledged to introduce a whole week dedicated to increasing students' registration with the SU. But according to the Education Act 1994, students are automatically registered as members of the Students' Union. They have an automatic right to opt out, but unless they do that, and very few do, they are automatically registered. So we will be asking him what the purpose of this week would be. Ayan, you've identified a need for a safer campus at night and proposing a night cafe for students as well as better security measures. What would you like to see done to improve student safety on campus at night?
I would like to start for this. So the important thing about student safety is that most of us who are studying on campus feel that we are unsafe at night, especially like once you're having like the late night sessions with your peers or with your students, and that's the safety concern. Because to be honest, if I'm in library and if I'm leaving my laptop, I'll be scared that someone will steal it. Why? Because I've seen it being stolen before, and that's what the security should be for. And not just that, everyone should feel safe while walking around the campus as well. Now, the idea of night cafe is that usually at night, what happens is that people have to walk outside. So many students, they have to walk maybe towards Abbeywood in the Greggs or McDonald's for getting a cup of coffee. And I don't feel that's fair. So night cafe is an idea that you should put inside a university where students can go, hang out for a while, de-stress before going back to the library and starting their work. So, and also something that should be done is that security should be increased. So since last year, and maybe this year as well, there's maybe two security person per building, but that's something that they should change as well. Another thing is that for creating a safe and inclusive environment and for the safety, they should always have CCTV camera all around campuses. There are many places where there is no CCTV camera. And of course, again, as I said, you feel unsafe when there is no security measures.
Thank you, Ayan. I'll just remind everyone as well that for those of you who have stuck around to the very end, both here and online, you've still got the opportunity to submit questions, so please get those QR codes scanning. I'm going to take some audience submitted questions here, and we'll keep going in our order. Just reminder candidates, if you need me to repeat these or speak louder, just let me know. So, students have complained about the technical issues and quality of the SU website. What would you do to fix these issues? Fayaz first.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so students have complained about the technical issues and quality on the SU website. What would you do to fix the SU website and make it more accessible to students?
SU website?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. So a couple of years ago, 2022 December, I remember, I submitting a student idea about having student union having its own mobile app. It was supposed to go through student council. I don't know whether it passed or not. I still don't know about that. A mobile app, okay, or integrated into MyUE app, student union integrated into MyUE app will go a long way for students, making it so accessible. Yes, a couple of years ago, the student union website was much worse. Now it has gotten a bit better, but still not where we all want to. Still, I know students who get on the website and they're like, oh, where do I go and search for societies? Where do I go and vote? I need to be logged in on my laptop, on my mobile. For some reason, I can never save my ID and password every time I have to log in. There are long ways, so I can say that by integrating a student union, like some kind of tab into my UV app will be the beginning with.
Thank you, Fayaz. So Tariq, what would you do to make the SU website, fix the technical issues and make it easier for students to use?
Sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, of course. So what would you do to fix the technical issues on the SU website and make it easier for students to use?
Yeah. So in order for me to fix the technical issue, I will organize a team of IT experts to look into the website, see where the problems are coming from, and notify the student that it's under management to make sure that the website is up and running and efficient. So, yeah, that's what
Thank you. Ayan, same question.
In my opinion, providing an appropriate links to each thing. So, like, for example, let's say for the voting. So when a student scans the QR code, it goes to the voting page. But then you have to sign in. Now you sign in, then the entire page goes to the home page. Now you have to find the elections, come back down again, and then cast your vote. That's a loads of things to do. And definitely, I mean, of course, if I'm a student and if someone's coming to ask me for a vote, I'll be like tired of it. Like, come on, how many things to do? But if there's a link that goes straight to there, and once you log in, straight to casting the vote, that's much easier. And of course, like mental health well-being support, or any support that you want. If you have a particular link for that, it takes you that takes you straight to the page, much easier. And another thing is the website. I mean, of course, the website, I like the website which SU has right now, but making it more colorful, making it more vibrant, that is very catchy as well. That'll be making a good difference. And as I said earlier, making it more easier for students to access. Yeah.
Thank you. Fayaz, in a single sentence, what would you like to be the defining aspect of your presidency?
Sorry?
In a single sentence, what would you like to be the defining aspect of your presidency?
Final aspect?
Defining.
Define. Define the aspect of the presidency. I would say that there's a change in the community, or students feeling happier about the work the union does.
Great, thank you very much. Tariq, single sentence, what would you like to be the defining aspect of your presidency?
Right. Well, I would say innovation, enterprise, not easy, but sure. Innovation, enterprise, collaboration, and inclusion. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Ayan, defining aspect.
Yeah. I would like to say what I always say in my manifesto: a voice for every student, and improving the student experience.
Thank you. So, I've got some more questions coming in rapidly. This student has said, I feel that international students are disadvantaged. We pay more tuition fees, higher living costs, and after graduation we have to compete with locals for getting a job. But international students can't do internships or placements due to the restrictions on their visas. How would you help international students overcome these challenges at UE?
Is it to me?
Yes.
Did it say that international students cannot do placements?
That's what it says.
Oh, international students can do placements. I know plenty of students who have done placements. You've done placement? Yeah, see, internationals can do placement. I don't know if that's a wrong message someone has given to students. No, I personally know my friends. There are students here in the audience who have done placements, so that's a wrong notion. But yes, I'd say from a university perspective, international student needs a lot of support from the day they move in. University is trying to give. As last year, as a VP Com Welfare, I've been part of international support group and stuff. But all I've seen at times is that people talking about things that they don't know about. They always say, oh, international student having this issue. From where did you hear that? Have you had a proper feedback? Could be from student consultation panel, or could be from somewhere else. But then, most of the time, the staff sitting in most of the meetings doesn't know what international students feel. Please get into the ground level. Talk to the student union leaders. Talk to international students on campus. Get to know them and see what we all facing, what our alumni have faced, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Tariq, what would you do to support international students at UWE?
Yes, for international students, I realize that some international students are finding it hard to get jobs. So what I would do is improve the employability opportunity by connecting students with alumni and professionals in their field and increase networking events, collaborate with local businesses to increase internship and placement opportunity, and also establishing an entrepreneurship hub, providing workshops on freelancing, starting businesses, and other practical career skills.
Ayan, got the same question for you again. I think you get the drill by now.
To be honest, I think it's a misconception when they say that they don't have any placement opportunities or internship opportunities. There are, but they don't know about it. Why? Because no marketing. I've worked with the marketing teams since 2 years. I know there are loads of internship opportunities, placement opportunities, but people don't know about it. Why? Because there's no good marketing. So that's what I want to work on. Promote it. Put it out in the social media. Social media is the future. Put it in the social media. Put it out there saying that, hey, there's this internship opportunity. Ask the lecturers to promote it more. Send out emails saying that there's this opportunity, there's this internship, there's this placement. International students, yes, they face some challenges when getting an internship. I faced my challenge when I got my internship. But at the same time, the important issue is you got to know that there is an internship. So as what the person messaged saying that there's no internship or placement shows that there was no marketing done. So that's something that the university, the students' union should work on, putting it out there, saying that there is this internship opportunity for international students or for home students, but also showing and also like portraying why they should join the internship. Because some people, they want to join the internship, but they have no idea how to. So putting it out there.
Thank you very much. Got time for a couple more questions, candidates. So, I think we touched on this earlier in the education debate, but this goes to the president's role as well. I think that there are, as we've discussed, lots of advantages and lots of ways that AI can be used safely and to help students at university. But there are also lots of disadvantages. Some would argue that it's a matter of integrity as to whether AI is used in our education, in our own work, and even in manifestos for these elections. What do you think the role of AI is in both UWE and in the Students' Union in our elections?
What was the last? At UWE and?
At UWE and in the Students' Union in elections.
Students' Union in elections, okay. So AI, you cannot ask students not to use AI. However, whatever way they are going to use ChatGPT, Copilot, XAI, the new one in X, everything, students are going to use it. Okay, that's the future. Anyway, what the key thing over here is to make students understand, or make ourselves understand, we are not kids anymore, to make ourselves understand that AI is just a tool to help us, to guide us. We have to put our own work because it's us moving forward. ChatGPT is not going to get me a job or make my life much easier. Yes, there are ways it can get easier, but then me asking ChatGPT to write my whole assignment, what's the point? Yes, I'll pass somehow, but there's no success out there. You have to put some your own touch. Use all this AI as just a tool, that's it. Then Institute Union elections. It's easy to put in ChatGPT and ask, write me a manifesto, I want to run for a president. Yeah, ChatGPT gives you a manifesto, put it on posters, put it everywhere, but the difference is, I'll tell you, if you haven't been around, if you haven't been a student yourself here, if you haven't been society, sports clubs, or whatever it is, I'm not generalizing here, but I'm still saying you wouldn't know what students are feeling. Because ChatGPT doesn't have feelings. It can know what general students, but you wouldn't know what each student is feeling. Like, yes, bus transportation is a major issue. ChatGPT will give you that. But then what are the key issues students on UV campus face? What are issues student societies face? Sports club face in UV? Like as one of the society candidate was saying, that French is a major hub for societies. Bawa and Glenside isn't. ChatGPT wouldn't know that. So there are a lot of things as a candidate they can put into the manifesto, and that's where they should write their own manifesto, not ChatGPT.
Thank you. Tariq, same question to you. What do you think the role of AI is in education and in the Students' Union's elections? Or what should it be?
So AI is on its own is not effective, so it depends on the user. So if the person who is strongly driven knows what he's doing with it, he can actually lead to the way to get to the path of success. So if someone who is lazy or not academically driven, they can use AI to do all sorts of things that are such as plagiarism and sort of things. So what I would say is that AI depends on the user. So I would encourage the student use it for good to make sure to structure your project or anything on that matter to make sure they can actually get into the realm of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Ayan, same question.
Thank you. I came prepared for this. Over here is something that I asked AI. I asked AI that what is the 5 things that the university staff wants. AI said that respect and appreciation, better work-life balance, and improve university policies. Then I asked the original staff, saying that what do the staff want? The staff said they want engagement, more student engagement. What the staff really want is to improve the student experience. That means, like when I asked the staff that what do the students want, what do the staff want, the first thing that they said is that when students engage with the staff, that is important thing. Now I asked ChatGPT again, saying that what do societies and sports want? Again over here. It says stronger representation and support, improve facilities and space. But when I ask the sports and club, they say the main thing they want is appreciation. SU or UV don't appreciate the sports and the societies. Why? I don't know. But they should be supporting and they should be improving, and they should also be appreciating everyone, like the games and everything, like when they're playing basketball, volleyball, or any games, they should be promoting that, especially outside. You know, we have campuses. We have 3 different campuses. We have a big space to put out posters over there, saying that, hey, these people are playing for this match. Please join. Now about the AI is that, of course, students are going to use AI.
15 seconds.
But what they should understand is they should use it responsibly and work more on their academics, talk with the staff instead of using completely AI.
Thank you, Ayan. And I think this is going to be my final question. So I'm going to see if there's something from the audience, if I'm going to do it myself. No, I'm going to do it myself. So, one of the many different aspects of the role of president is that you are chair of the board of trustees of the Students' Union. So if people don't know this, the Students' Union at UWE is an independent charity organisation with an annual turnover somewhere in the region of, if my maths is right, £8 million a year. As president, you're the chair of that board of trustees. So what is your experience in governance of an organisation, with the understanding that you don't need any to be elected to this role, but what's your experience, and how well do you feel the Students' Union is governed?
Well, I was a trustee of the Students' Union last year, but keeping that apart, how well my experience of being governing of some organization, I've been presidents of 3 societies. I've looked after 3 societies, started 2 societies in UWE. Governing is mainly taking leadership of the whole union, whole students' union, making sure that our student union isn't. There are a lot of responsibility. Student union is not just about societies or sports clubs. It's not just about giving free food from larder or free meals on campus. That's a part of the union, yes. But there are other aspects of the student union which the board of trustees, the board of directors, and all are responsible for. So as a student governor, as a chair of the board of trustees, the role is to make sure that the student union is looking after students, but also is making sure that the union doesn't go down. Because as we said, how much is union worth? 20 million? 2 million?
Students' Union, 8.
8
Annual
million
turnover.
Yeah, 8 million pounds. Yeah. So making sure every penny counts, that it is being invested in the union to make the life of the students better. Make not just the students, the life of the staff. The union can work only if staff is there. The union can only work if the students is there. As much as the life of the students, the life of the staff is important. Let it be the casual staff, let it be the permanent staff. Everyone counts over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Fires. Tariq, so as mentioned, Board of Trustees is in charge of the Students' Union, and you be the chair of that board. So what's your governance experience, and how well do you feel the Students' Union is governed?
For Student Union, it's a place where students can actually be free and connect with students from diverse backgrounds and cultural backgrounds too. Student Union on its own is vital for students. It's where students go to in order to be associated with clubs and society, in order to feel a part of a community, not just about working and researching and doing all sorts of things that are actually good for society, yes, but without free time to spend with people from diverse background in order to understand the world as a whole is vital. So Student Union is actually a vital place for students, and also not just for student success, also for its well-being. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ayan, how well do you feel the Students' Union is governed, and what's your governance experience, if any?
Personally, I've been working as a lead school rep, and also I've worked with a lot of boards members before in my school boards of meetings as well, and it is really good opportunity, of course, to speak with the school boards and the governance. But the main thing is they should be accountable. They should be taken as an accountable, and transparency. That's the most important thing. That whatever they decide, whatever the decision is, they should be able to say the decision to the students, and not keep it as be straightforward, basically. And that's what I was taught since I was a kid. That's what I was taught, to be straightforward and not to just be a man of just be not saying word, but be a man of your words.
Thank you very much. That, folks, brings us to the end of President's Question Time. Well, I still have to wrap up, but that's the end of your questioning. Thank you, all of you, so much for coming. Thank you for taking the time, and best of luck out there on the campaign trail. Thank you. Well done. So, we have heard from all of the presidential candidates. Oh, well, we've heard from some of them anyway. Thank you, folks. Oh, I'll give you time to get off the stage before I wrap up. Yeah, that's fine. So, we've heard from the candidates. We have heard what they think that they have, if those who think they have what it takes to run the Students' Union at UWE. Thank you to each and every one of you who has turned up tonight, who has answered questions, and who has made yourself accountable to students. Just a reminder for you of who turned up. So, from the top, for our VP Education candidates, thank you to Khadija for turning up. For Community and Welfare, thank you Raleigh and Layla for turning up. For Societies and Communication, Eileen and Naomi, thank you for turning up. Thank you to Anya for turning up for VP Sports. And thank you to Fayaz, Tariq and Ayan for turning up for President. Students, at the end of the day, the decision on who becomes the next President's team at the Students' Union is yours to make. The best thing that you can do is go out there and cast your vote. You know, for a Students' Union, we get about 15% turnout at our very max, which is actually quite good for the sector, but not really that good for an election. The best thing that you can do is make your voice heard and vote. And the second best thing that you can do is to be an informed voter. Listen to those who've come here today. Listen to those who've been brave enough to actually put their ideas forward, to be questioned, and to make sure that no matter what the answers are, that they're giving students their answers. And to those candidates who haven't turned up, maybe they have a good reason, maybe they don't. I can't say. But what I can say is that it does a disservice to the electorate if you don't turn up and have your ideas questioned. And students will look kindly on that or not, and it's their decision ultimately who wins. Make sure you're informed, make sure you vote, and thank you for tuning in or turning up for Question Time.
And now for an interview with VP in Sports and Health candidate Anya Bretnell. So, how did you feel that went?
That was a really good experience. Very new to me, but it's really good to, talk about your ideas and what you'd like to bring to the table. Got plenty of them.
Yeah.
So it is good to chat about them in a public way.
Yeah, you were the only one that turned up out of the candidates running. Does that fill you with confidence?
It's interesting. I thought my competitors would show. So that was a little bit off-putting, I guess, But it was really good to be able to just chat about what I want to bring to the table and the ideas that I've got for the next academic year and what I want to bring for, as a VP Sports and Health officer. Like, I have lots of ideas and, just really want to showcase that. But yeah, it was interesting that they didn't show, but more for me to talk.
Yeah, more time for you. So, could you elaborate a little bit on your UE Olympics plan?
The UE Olympics, yeah. So, I would love. Varsity is a really big thing at UE, but I feel like it's very competitive and maybe a little bit excluding for those who don't maybe play sports competitively. However, the UE Olympics, I would love for more inclusion with, maybe esports is something that isn't spoken about too much, and I didn't even realise that they're part of Bucks, which is really cool. That was just news to me, and I thought different things like that or more low-key events, more friendly events would just encourage participation with the sports, and probably more in like summertime, like before exams, little way to unwind and just reflect on the year.
Nice. And so you have a CV, a very long CV here in front of me. It's filled with lots of experience. It's very, very relevant to the role. Do you feel that this gives you an edge?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I work really closely or have a good relationship with the Students' Union, with the Opportunities team who oversee the sports clubs and societies. It's really good that I've got, like a good relationship with some of the key decision makers who can action the things that I want to achieve. And I think that's a good basis, to be honest, to like I say, action these things that I want to achieve. And being on the student council, I think, is really, really good way to bring student voices to the table and talk about any concerns or issues that they might have, and just talk about it in this democratic setting. I think it's really important.
And then finally, do you have anything else you'd like to add? What's your final message? How would you sum up your sort of manifesto, maybe, in a few words?
Lots of new things I'd like to bring. Like I say, nutrition, being more sustainable and encouraging participation. We're a really good bunch of people at UE, and we have so many amazing athletes, and I think improving live streaming services and showcasing our talent is super important, and I reckon I could do that. I really do. I really think I could do that. So
I wish you lots of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing this interview with me.
Thank you.